Let me make sure everything's working here. One second. Hello? Okay. So I want to do a quick recap of yesterday and just get ahead of a little bit of what's going on today really quick. I haven't had much sleep, if any, because I'm weird like that. Okay, so I was wanting to go over some of the earlier testimony yesterday. I didn't really get I didn't get to the early testimony, and I'm guessing that I know that it didn't go very well. So we're gonna watch it very quickly.
Morning, Trooper. All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Morning, sir. Morning. If you could just again, please state your name and spell your last name, sir. Yes, it's Trooper Joe Paul. That's Paul. And sir, if I could just take you back to a couple different portions of your testimony from Friday. With respect to the acceleration and braking tests that you conducted in the driveway area outside of Canton Police Department, was that before or after Ms. Hartnett from Crime Scene Services Section had processed you? After. And so as far as anything that was removed by her, that was done prior to you conducting any of your tests, is that correct? Correct. Now, you investigated approximately 191 crashes over your time in the car unit with the state police, correct? Correct. Now, I'm going to ask you just some general questions with regard to a number of those crashes have involved motor vehicles, collisions with other motor vehicles, correct? Yes. Now, in general terms, with respect to motor vehicle collision, what, if any, you talked a little bit last week about for area of impact and point of impact, correct? Correct. Now, that's with regard to the roadway, is that correct? Yes, it is. So with regard to the vehicles coming in contact with each other, what, if anything, regarding damage would you expect or anticipate based on your experience in general terms when vehicles come in contact with each other in a collision sequence?
No, I'm going to allow it. In general terms, what do you look for?
So we look, well, it's two kinds of damage onto a vehicle. One's contact damage and one's induced damage. So when we look at vehicles, we're looking for what's caused contact damage. And the induced damage is basically, start from beginning. So contact damage is the damage that is actually made direct contact with another vehicle. And induced damage is the damage that did not make direct contact. So for example, if you push in one piece of metal to make contact, the rest of the metal will make a rippling effect that would more cause induced damage. And just again, in general terms, as far as vehicles coming in contact with each other in a collision sequence, what, if anything, would you expect or anticipate based on your experience to transfer from one vehicle to another event? It's possible when you transfer, you have paint transfers that come from one vehicle to another. You get tire rub off that go from one vehicle to another. Scratches that will come from one vehicle to another. And again, so just in general terms, when it comes to vehicles interacting with each other in a collision sequence, what, if any, role does the respective heights of those vehicles play in respect to contact damage or inducement? Yeah, it depends on their heights and how they relate to each other. So it kind of shows if one vehicle's taller and smaller, it's going to show where the contact damage would be from one vehicle to another based on their height. So based on respective heights, contact or induced damage could be in a different location from a bigger vehicle to a smaller vehicle, correct? Correct. Now, if I could turn you back to the text string analysis that you conducted with respect to the defense vehicle. Now, the two events that occurred on that 1269 miles deep, there were two events that occurred within that trigger, within that mileage, is that correct? Correct. And based on your analysis with respect to the odometer readings and the mileage, where is it, what is your belief as to where the vehicle was when those two events made 3-point turn and the backup straight for approximately 60 some odd feet? Where did those occur within the travel path of the defense vehicle? So the first one with the 3-point turn, in this case, it appeared to be possibly onto the Cedar Crest, which we know based on testimonies that she missed the exit of Fairview and had to make a U-turn onto Cedar Crest, and that would make sense to why they occur with close proximity to each other. They're within the same odometer mileage and on the same key cycle. And so that occurred 24.2 miles per hour for 60 some odd feet. Where would that have occurred geographically from your view of the odometer reading? It should occur on Fairview. Now, so based on the totality of your analysis, your investigation in this case, what, if any, conclusions did you come to as to how this collision sequence occurred or how this crash occurred? Yes. Should I show my report for that, or should you want me to just kind of go off this? Yes. Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Your report, but you can't read your report.
So my questions based on what they asked me to do. Okay.
Yeah. So I can't hear you.
Sorry.
Okay. So
All right.
ask the question, Mr. Lally.
Based on the totality of your investigation, what, if any, conclusions did you come to with regard to how this collision occurred? So this collision occurred on Saturday, January 9, 2022 at approximately 12:45 hours. A 2021 Lexus LX570 was traveling southbound on Fairview Road, in Area 34 Fairview Road.
Yes. So you know what? I don't, Mr. Lally, break this down. Ask simple questions so that the witness can answer your question.
Where this collision occurred?
So, yes. So forget all that part, Trooper. Just answer the question. Where did it occur?
It occurred in Area 34 Fairview Road. And who, if anyone, were the participants in this collision scene? The operator appeared to be Karen Reed, and the pedestrian was John O'Keefe. And where was the vehicle located in reference to the residence of 34 Fairview? It was located along the southbound travel lane and to the left side of the house as you look at it from the front. And as far as the vehicle, what, if any, directionality did it head in, and what, if any, interaction did it have with Mr. O'Keefe? So the vehicle was traveling in reverse along the southbound travel lane, traveling north. And how fast was the vehicle traveling and over what distance? The vehicle traveled up to 24 miles per hour and approximately 62 feet. And at the time that the vehicle was traveling approximately 24 miles per hour over approximately 62 feet, what, if anything, occurred then? The right rear of the Lexus struck the pedestrian John O'Keefe. And post-collision, what, if anything, occurred with regard to Mr. O'Keefe? Mr. O'Keefe was projected forward and to the left along the front yard of 34 Fairview Road. And post-collision with Mr. O'Keefe, what, if anything, did the defendant's vehicle? The Lexus continued traveling in reverse before they left the area. Now, as far as the vehicle itself, from your inspection, what, if any, role did any mechanical aspects of the vehicle play in this collision? There were no mechanical defects. As far as your analysis of the roadway and other factors related to that, what, if any, role did they play in this collision scene? There were no roadway or environmental factors that contributed to this collision. Now, sir, with respect to your investigation, what, if any, opinions did you draw based on your training experience in regard to this collision and how it occurred? May I look my report real quick, just to make sure?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So throughout my investigation, this appeared to be a single car collision involving a pedestrian. The vehicle was traveling at a higher acceleration when. Sorry. The vehicle accelerated at a high rate of speed before she struck the pedestrian John O'Keefe on the roadway and subsequently left him at the scene. That played in how this crash occurred. Based on the visibility analysis. So even if the camera systems were covered in snow, even if the systems were defective anyway, and even if the mirrors were blocked, an attentive and reasonable operator would not travel in reverse, especially at a high rate of speed. They would have cleaned the mirrors off. They would have made the cameras and systems, if they worked, they didn't work. They would have done all this prior to accelerating in reverse. In the right rear vehicle, was that exemplar pedestrian visible to you at the time that you conducted that visibility analysis? Yes, it was. Thanks, sir. I have no further questions.
Okay.
None.
Do you hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of physics?
I do not.
Hold any degrees in the scientific discipline of biomechanics?
No.
How about in engineering?
No.
How about in kinematics?
No.
The highest degree that you do hold, sir?
I have an associate's degree.
In what?
Administration of justice.
You mentioned kinematics on Friday. Do you hold any certificates in this?
At multiple classes.
Introduce the idea of what kinematics is, right?
Correct.
Testified about that on Friday.
Yes.
Define kinematics, George.
It deals with the aspect of motion.
It's a subfield of what broader field?
Kinematics?
Kinematics is a subfield of what broader discipline of science?
I'm not sure.
Physics, correct?
Yes.
And it describes how points and objects, systems of objects, how they move, and how the rate they move and the rate of their velocity, correct?
It deals with the motions.
What's that called? The rate of velocity. What's another word for that?
The rate of velocity?
Right.
I mean, it deals with motion. It deals with forward and also deals with speed. It deals with travel and speed. If something's moving, it also has a speed to it.
Right. The word you're looking for is acceleration, correct?
Sure.
What role does acceleration play in the field of kinematics?
What role does acceleration play within kinematics?
Right.
It talks about.
Is that correct? Unconstrained motion is what?
When doing that predetermined path?
Free movement, right?
Correct.
Do you remember that from your class?
For the most part, you don't go that constrained and unconstrained.
These motions, right? Speed, velocity, distance, acceleration, which we talked about, correct?
Correct.
And it looks at how these things, these values vary. This incident is a pedestrian strike from the vehicle. You reiterated that again this morning, is that right?
Correct.
I want to be clear, that is your opinion, based on your training and experience, correct?
Yes.
And on Friday, you said you based that opinion, on the fact that you noted a half-mile-an-hour decrease in speed and a steering input of less than 10 degrees at some point in that reverse motion, correct?
I said it was consistent. That data point in general was consistent with something that you see with the data of a pedestrian striking something else. I do go on my report saying I can't say that's definitively where a pedestrian was struck, but
I'm sorry,
it wasn't definitively. Sorry, in my report I do say I can't say that is definitively where the pedestrian struck.
You cannot say this.
Definitively, yes.
Okay. So you're going to have to slow down and speak up.
It's consistent is because there's the other aspects of it is the fact that the accelerator is consistently strong.
Let him answer. Finish your answer.
So the accelerator is consistent at a constant rate, and then it just drops by half a mile, and the steering wheel abruptly goes to the right. That's what I'm talking about when I say it is consistent with pedestrian strike. That's something that you see. It's not going to be a huge change of speed during this collision.
You also note that at the time, it had begun to snow, correct?
Yes.
You snow on the lawn, right?
Correct.
You snow on the cars. How tires remove the roadway, correct?
In a way.
And obviously there are a multitude of reasons why somebody might input a 10-degree input on a steering wheel, correct?
Correct. That's why I can definitely say it.
Right. So every time somebody slows down, going reverse or forward, and introduces a 10-degree input on the steering wheel, that means they're looking to hit a pedestrian, correct?
Correct.
You testified that you determined the area of impact by basically following, if I heard your testimony correctly, basically following the debris field from the body and where you believed John O'Keefe's body's final resting place was, almost linearly to the furthermost piece of debris that was found. Did I get that right?
Yes.
In other words, you established what in your mind, or what you were told was his final resting place, and what you were told was the debris field. And you furthermost piece of debris would basically be the area impact, right?
It's within that line. I didn't say that is the area impact where the furthermost piece of evidence is.
Right.
It's just the linear, like you said earlier. It's that linear. We're going that path. That's the path that he traveled post impact with the vehicle.
And that is on which that fact that you stated is on which what you. Terrible question. That's the basis for your opinion of where the area of impact was, correct?
Yes.
Let's take a look at exhibit with the course permission 587. So you see diagram 3 on board. You also have it in front, correct?
Yes.
It's easier for you to refer to what's in front of you because that's a little bit further away. Now indicate basically the debris field which explains the zeros on Friday, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a point of an arrow that comes back to a wording that says pedestrians final rest. Basically right there, correct?
Yes.
And the debris field ends right in the middle of that spotlight, correct?
Yes.
All right. So that's the area of impact that you indicated to Mr. Wiley you believe occurred because of the in parentheses, correct?
Yes.
Now, can we have exhibit 492? Just above the arrow. Your Honor, course permission maybe highlight or magnify the area just above the arrow, correct?
Correct. Yes.
All right, that's right there, correct?
Correct.
That's another, according to your scale, that's probably 30 feet from the pedestrian's final rest, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
That is the furthermost in this diagram, the furthermost piece of debris on the diagram, correct?
Correct.
So now, your testimony changed that this, in fact, is the area of impact.
No.
Why not?
Because it's just a piece of debris. I'm talking about the path. You follow the path of the debris field. Debris can move and change.
The debris doesn't fly backward, does it?
I'm saying you pointed to just the fire hydrant as the area impact with the debris, where that one piece of plastic was, saying that's the area impact is right next to the fire hydrant.
Are you asking me a question?
Yeah, that's what you said, right?
I'm asking you.
I'm making sure I'm understanding what you're saying, so I can answer the
Ask the question again, Mr. Jackson.
In fact, you indicated on Friday that your analysis of the area of impact was predicated on, based on, the furthermost piece of debris from the pedestrian's body that you were aware of, which is right there. Red plastic B, correct?
I said I said earlier with the linear equation. I mean, it might have moved it over more, but it's the debris, the start of that debris, and what that is, I can't say that's definitely the point of area impact or the point of impact. I cannot say that is the point of impact right there. You just kind of follow the linear path because they have to follow in a direct path that way.
Okay, so now your testimony is that's not the area of impact.
I never said that was the area impact. I said after that.
So we were all here on Friday.
Okay. Works.
Okay.
That's the last point of that.
You're doing that, right? Correct?
Correct.
If the area of impact, which you indicated on Friday, was where this red plastic B is, you would be wrong, right? Your analysis would be flawed.
No, because that's not what I said. I said it's along the roadway. It's going to be after that point.
Okay, so is the area of impact now where the fire hydrant is?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Are you now indicating, because now you realize that there's a piece of debris directly under the fire hydrant, are you now indicating that that's the area of impact where John O'Keefe's body was struck?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let's take a look at the exhibit with court permission 279.
Okay.
Okay, just to debunk some of this stuff, I don't. Whenever he's talking about the area of impact, the problem is this road could also have been plowed. Things could have been pushed further down, especially smaller pieces. So there is doubt to where exactly every single piece of the taillight was, and I think the state did do a bad job on figuring out exactly every single piece, because there are a lot more pieces than just even this that should be on the diagram but are not. Yeah, I can't say for fact if it's here is the impact, but if we're using a little bit of logic here, if a plow is plowing the street and they're on this side of the road, they're going to be plowing this way and it's going to be pushing stuff this way as well. And so pieces of that taillight, I mean, this could literally be a piece that dropped in the road as she was driving away and then got plowed out into a snowbank and then found. So it's hard to pin down that. I don't know.
Take a look at exhibit 279. I'm going to draw your attention to that piece right there, of plastic. You see it?
Yes.
You describe it for me. Specifically, what does that look like?
It looks like clear plastic with a red and the black on the top part.
Maybe a triangular shape, is that fair? Just above the ruler? How would you describe that piece of material?
It looks like the same piece.
Is that, based on that, are you now suggesting, if we could go with the court's permission, if we could go back to 587, the diagram, please. Okay. Now, seeing what we just now seen, in terms of that piece of plastic, that appears to be from the taillight, does that appear to be under the fire hydrant, which is highlighted? Same piece.
Yes.
Okay. Based on that, does that change your opinion? Is that now the fire hydrant now point of impact?
No.
Where's the point of impact now?
It's along the roadway. I don't know the exact point of impact.
So you don't know the area of impact?
I said the area impact is along the roadway after the debris.
Okay.
I mean, only thing would change is maybe it was a little further away, but
So,
yeah,
where impact is?
it's within.
Based on your full my spotlight basically highlighting the area that you believe.
So we follow the linear path back around this area.
Okay,
And sorry, I'm trying to keep it straight as much as I can. follow back to here. I can't say like if this definitely is, but it's possibly based on possible vehicle damage to the back of the vehicle. So
highlighted is an area basically just to the left of an X that's on the roadway.
circle around here,
Plus or minus 40 feet, right?
switch.
Make
2 and 3 is
this X. Now,
yes, please.
No.
Can you estimate 30 feet in here?
Can I ask?
Can you point to a place in the courtroom that looks like 30 feet?
Objection.
No. Next question.
Does the court have a diagram of the diagram of distances?
In this courtroom? No.
You indicated just now, I'm finished with this, thank you. Thanks. You indicated just now in answer to Mr. Lowry's last couple questions. And in your expert opinion, when the SUV struck the pedestrian, John O'Keefe, he was, quote, projected forward and to the left to the front yard to his final place of rest.
Yes.
So your expert testimony is that John O'Keefe was hit with the SUV and flew 30 feet,
Projected mean like he, not that he flew all the way there, he was projected in that way. He got pushed forward in that direction.
which he was rendered incapacitated, landed there. That's
When we say projected, we mean he's projected and they use the application of where his exact line.
review. The evidence you have in front of you is that you get hit, fly 30 feet, land where he ended up in his final in the air to his final rest place. Right? Exactly.
Objection.
Sustained.
They're not strapped to them. You lose it, you drop it. It's found that glass cup. It was found right next to him over the course of 30 feet.
I don't know, I wasn't there, so I don't know how the glass stayed with his body and went with him to the final rest.
So it's just common sense. You have to leave it. It was in his hand. He held onto it.
Projected made the glass was with his body as it was also flying, so there's no reason why the glass was also got projected with the body
Well,
while he was holding it.
I thought you said on Friday you disagreed with me that people drop things and they're hit.
Yes, but I think not everything it tends to fly off. I mean, some stuff flies off, some stuff will stay on. It's not like that to come off the body during a pedestrian crash.
I'll ask another question.
It all depends, depending on where it is.
It was under
Ask it differently.
line 30, landed on top.
Objection.
All right. So, jurors, I've told you before, lawyers cannot make comments. So,
As he landed, tucked that cell phone underneath his body, so landed on top.
It just did. That's the evidence at the scene. I didn't put the evidence there, so
Well, you didn't.
objection.
all right. So, jurors, I've told you before, lawyers cannot make comments. So,
I didn't put the evidence there, so
Well, you didn't.
objection.
all right. So, jurors, I've told you before, lawyers cannot make comments. So, disregard it. Mr. Jackson, don't do it again.
I understand. So
You understand, but don't do it. Your answer is always, I understand. Don't do it.
Yes, sure. Cell phone in one hand. Tucked on the other of this incident on January 29th, 2022. Is that right? Garage bays, correct? Vehicle. Is the vehicle placed in the analysis, your reconstruction, your review of the vehicle, inspections, things of that nature?
We don't have sally ports for that.
You don't have anything dedicated to that?
No, the only time we would use a sally port is crime scene would have some sally ports that they would do to document their crime scene stuff. And I've gone there to do my inspections, but most of our inspections are done either at the tow yard or like I don't know the exact time it was there.
Sally ports or bays for inspection and evaluation. Okay. You know that those bays could be used for inspections or analysis or evaluation. The right?
That would be beneficial, yes.
All right. They can't, right? Depending on which way you go, pass by Middleborough, pass by Foxborough to get to Canton. All going toward Canton, you pass by either Middleborough or Foxborough to get to Canton. Right?
I don't believe you passed by Middleborough to get to Canton, but you've passed by Foxborough.
All right. The car was not taken to Foxborough, was it?
No. I don't know that.
And you're also aware that because you've been to the scene, assuming correct, at the 3430.
Yes, yes, I have.
And you've been to Canton, PD.
Yes, I have.
You know those two locations are about 3-4 minutes apart.
Yeah, I can say that.
When you started your, let me ask this in a different way. Before you began any review on this case, any physical review on this case or analysis on the case, you were told that there had been a crash, correct?
Yes.
You testified to that at the state court grand jury in this matter. Is that right? That you've been told in advance this was a vehicle pedestrian crash, and you were asked to analyze it, right?
Yes.
You wrote in the report that it was a single vehicle collision involving a pedestrian, and you were, quote, assigned to reconstruct that collision, correct?
Yes.
So when you began your analysis, Chief Paul, you were told conclusively by the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, that the deceased was hit by a car, and your job was to reconstruct it. Is that right?
Objection.
Okay, so there are lots of parts to that. Break it down.
Sure. Were you told by Michael Proctor to reconstruct this incident?
Objection.
So, were you told that by Trooper Proctor?
I was not.
Okay, next question.
Sure. Who were you told? Who were you given your instructions by?
Instructions for what?
Reconstruct this incident.
I wasn't given instructions to reconstruct it. It's just I was assigned to it.
Right.
That was requested. My assistance was requested to reconstruct it.
That's my question. Who was assigned to it?
I talked to my sergeant at the time. He gave me the phone call.
And you were told some basics about that reconstruction, the event that you asked to reconstruct, correct?
Yes.
The information that you were told came from the case officer. Is that right?
Who's the case officer?
The information that this was a pedestrian vehicle incident, as opposed to motor vehicle incident, pedestrian bicycle, motor vehicle motorcycle. You were told there was a collision occurred. Car was going in reverse. It's got a from.
That the car was traveling. Like which part of the information you asked me several things just now?
Were you given information from multiple sources? Or did someone give you a summary of what you were being asked to do at the very beginning?
Yep.
Who gave you the summary
The summary of the whole entire of what?
of the event that you were asked to reconstruct?
I was passed down when I got to the garage. There was nobody that said they gave me the summary. Like I can remember, I was told that was a pedestrian crash and it was Boston police officer involved. That this was a vehicle, and that it was traveling in reverse. That's all they had.
Okay. What I'm asking is, that's great. Thank you for the summary. Who gave you that summary?
I don't know if it was definitely anybody from the get-go that was like I talked to.
From where?
I don't know if anybody that I could definitely say that was the person. There was multiple people going around when I got there. I think I talked to Trooper Zach Clark. He was doing the crime scene. I think he was Zach Clark. He was the crime scene photos at the time. I knew him from past crashes. He just said this is the vehicle, and I think he kind of gave me a little bit of a lowdown on what the vehicle was.
Okay.
So
My question is this. When you got that, did you call it a lowdown? You needed a lowdown?
he gave me information. Yes.
Right. When you got the lowdown, that instance.
Means
Developing a conclusion and then trying to find evidence to fit that conclusion. Does that sound right?
you say so.
You noted in your direct examination that there were scratches on the passenger side rear bumper devices, correct?
Yes.
How exactly were you able to scientifically determine that any of those scratches were from an incident on January 29, 2022, as opposed to any other time?
I didn't have anything else on the time that those scratches happened prior to this collision.
I'm sorry.
I didn't have any information that those scratches were caused from a prior collision. And so when I looked at the evidence, I knew it was in the same area of the right rear tail light. So when I looked at it, it didn't quite fit the pedestrian thing. So when you showed me the video, or I saw the video like a year ago on Court TV, I said that could be.
You asked the question, so next, keep going.
Yes.
Upwards get scratched myriad ways, correct?
Correct.
Get scratched in a grocery store parking lot, right?
Yes.
Shopping cart and bounce off back car. My question, at that time, rather than any other time, let's talk about those scratches for a second.
Yeah.
You testified Friday, you were pretty clear. You said that, if I can find it exactly. Let me have just a moment here.
Sure.
The tailgate.
Okay, so the dent and scratches you talked about on Friday, you said were from his hand.
Yes, hand in the glass cup.
Okay. Then are those the same scratches you're talking about in terms of the bumper?
No.
So,
What are you talking about the scratch inside the bumper that we talked about?
correct.
Okay,
That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Is there any parking lot right now? Put your camera in there. It's got a scratch on it. There's no analysis that you can engage in to date that scratch picture.
Objection.
So you can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
You can the date and time and that a scratch would come from.
Right.
Depends on what you.
Simple question. Right? It's possible.
You're being pretty broad on your scratches here.
I'm not being broad. Let me ask you a different way. Let me ask you again. Is it possible that in your all scratches noted on that car, you date January 29th?
Any and all of the scratches? See, that's what I'm saying. You're being pretty broad. Any and all scratches on the car.
Answer that question?
That a free date. Objection. I don't know every single scratch on that car. I mean,
Overruled. So can you answer that question?
no.
Coming from the cup.
Correct.
You also said that you did not see anything on that SUV that could be the source of those glass pieces on the bumper, right?
Yes.
When you did your reconstruction and your analysis, were you informed that none of the glass pieces, not one of them, would be matched to the cup?
I don't know anything about I don't know that.
So if you knew that the glass pieces on the bumper do not match the cup, that change your opinion
Objection.
about that glass?
Can you answer that question?
I cannot.
You can't answer the question.
It's what was told to me as evidence
By whom?
by the crime scene.
Who told you?
As crime scene, I was there. It says it's glass in the cup. When I did my initial inspection, that's what it was on from.
That's not what you just said. You said that's what was told to me.
Yeah, by crime scene. By while I was at my inspection.
Wait, what?
It was told to me by the crime scene when I was at my inspection, that initial inspection.
So what you meant by that's what was told to me is the crime scene talked to you.
Yes.
Crime scene. And in fact, those glass pieces don't match the cup. That changed your opinion?
Objection.
Sustained. How about that? Can you answer that question?
No.
Your opinion in any way if you knew that the glass pieces do not match the cup.
Objection.
How about that? Can you answer that question?
No.
I'm sorry. No.
No, I don't. It's glass from a cup. It's glass. It's not. It doesn't belong to the vehicle.
Right.
It's glass.
But if I told you it didn't match that cup,
What?
your opinion?
Objection.
Does that change your opinion?
Are we talking which cup? Maybe that's which cup we're talking about.
How many cups have we been talking about, Super?
You said that cup. From the scene. Okay.
That cup. I'm
I
talking
just want to make sure that we're on a clear path here. I'm clear what we're talking about.
absolutely.
Okay. All I said it's
What was found next to John O'Keefe's body in the snow at 34 Fairview on January 29th. If I told you that the glass
It's glass from a cup that was on a bumper.
Are you saying a cup?
A cup. A cup. It's not glass. It says glass from a cup.
testing to determine the forces necessary to shatter the taillight on a 2021 Lexus 570, right?
I did not do testing.
Your report indicates, we talked about this a little bit, I'm going to go back to something we talked about earlier this morning. Your report indicates that John O'Keefe came to his final resting place about 7 feet from the roadway, and that's what you based your diagram on, correct?
Yes.
Who told you that number?
I measured it from my diagram.
You should say that again.
I measured it from the diagram.
Okay, what I'm asking is how did it get on the diagram? In other words, who told you that his body was 7 feet from the roadway?
Well, wait, I was told by Lieutenant Gallagher, PT. He told me this is where the body was found. So I used my devices to mark that location.
Okay, but before you used your devices, he just pointed someplace on the ground and said he was about here, correct?
That's correct.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you that Lieutenant Gallagher never saw John O'Keefe in place at the scene? Did he say that?
No.
Did Lieutenant Gallagher tell you that the first officer on the scene estimated his body being approximately 15 to 20 feet from the roadway?
No.
If he had told you that, that changed your diagram?
Objection.
Overruled.
He told me this is where he's found. I marked that location. That's all that was.
And you marked basically every of the team that was out, et cetera. His body in place.
No, I don't think so.
You just looked at a few minutes ago. Those were found by the search team, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Partial glass cup broken, correct?
Well, it was on there. I don't know if that's on their diagram or if that's what I was told at the scene, but yes, yes,
You knew that the cup was found.
yes,
You were told the cup was found.
yes,
And 3 pieces of plastic, 2 red, 1 clear.
yes,
Not 5 pieces of plastic, correct?
correct.
You then measured those items, is that right?
I didn't. What do you measure them? Like
Measured
that's
them relative to John O'Keefe's final place of rest. Distances. Like there's where I presume for John O'Keefe's body, correct?
correct.
1 foot is 7 feet.
Correct.
What part of his body were you measuring from?
He just said he was here, so I tried to put like where his head, where his feet, and try to measure the middle between those two.
So ultimately, because Lieutenant Gallagher was not at the scene when he was found, Lieutenant Gallagher had to sort of guess where the body was found, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You had no photographs of John O'Keefe in place, correct?
Correct.
There were no establishing shots, and there were no perspective shots, correct?
Correct.
There were no relative shots, meaning
Sure.
left and right, were the 2 portraits
used the measurements from. I measured on my diagram itself, and I measured from those points off.
Yes. It has all those arrows off. Then be off as well.
Objection.
This is 34 Fairview at the time of the collision, correct?
Turns essentially turning.
U-turn, traveling in one direction. Moving forward.
Same mistake they made U-turn. It's a 3-point turn. It's still making a U-turn, and I didn't mean it as like she literally had to make a direct U-turn. She was turning around, and obviously the diagram, but the trigger shows a 3-point turn.
Well, I mean, I guess you could have said reversing direction, right?
That could be a better way to say it. Yes.
You didn't say that. You said U-turn. So are you changing your testimony from Friday that it was a 3-point turn, or could it possibly have been a U-turn?
The 3-point turn.
Okay, because you have.
Yeah, so this is another thing he loves to do for some. So anyone can say U-turn, and yes, it can mean to use the entire roadway, go all the way to the right, and then, you know, pull your wheel as hard as you can to the left. But he means reversing direction, and Alan Jackson knows this, but he still loves to do this where he says, oh, so your testimony on Friday wasn't quite accurate, was it? So he uses this trick over and over and over to make them out to be a liar, whenever in reality, if I said, hey, your shoes are blue, right? And then you agree with me, you say yeah, and then I say, oh, well, on Friday you said your shoes were aqua, and so are you saying that your testimony from Friday was false? And you're like, well, no, aqua is a shade of blue. Well, that's not what you said on Friday. On Friday you said aqua, and today you agreed with me that they were blue. So which one is it? And this is a classic that he uses all the time. And it's to try and point out that the person's a liar, even though it's a shade of the same color. This is a U-turn is the same thing, can be considered the same thing by people as reversing direction, a 3-point turn, things like that. Because at the end of the day, you are making a U in turning around.
Evidence of the starting, stopping, changing gears, reversing, stopping, changing gears, turning.
That's correct.
So when you said U-turn, that was inaccurate.
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Let's get back to the path of travel when you began your analysis. How did you know what the Lexus's path of travel was that day?
I got the directions from Trooper Proctor.
And what did Trooper Proctor tell you in terms of the path of travel specifically? Starting point and ending point tell you the exact path Lexus travel.
No, all I got was mostly just the addresses.
Okay, so if you've got 2 points on that, and Trooper Proctor told you Lexus traveled from point A to point B, there are multiple ways to get from point A to point B. You agree with that, right?
Yes.
You pick one of those, right? The path of travel includes 3 ways, etc., right?
Yes.
But as you sit here, you don't know what her actual path of travel was. This could have been something different, right?
It could have been something. That's why I give a range on my diagram.
Do you have any scientific evidence to establish what her actual path of travel is, or did you just guess at the path of travel?
I got the addresses from Trooper Proctor. I put them into the thing, and one of the possibilities of 36 miles. After looking at all of them, if 36 miles is a possibility.
Right, understood. So that's what I'm trying to get to, Trooper Paul.
Okay.
That's one possibility. There's 36 miles,
Mhm.
one route of travel, right?
Correct.
There are other possibilities, right?
Yes.
So between and among the possibility that you picked and the other possibilities, you just sort of have to guess. And there's no science to it. You said, I'm going to pick that. You put it in my report, right?
No, that's not how that works.
Okay, why don't you tell me how that works?
Her odometer mileage on the car from the download and the time we had the vehicle shows 36 miles. So when I plugged those addresses into Google, it came up as 36 miles as a possibility.
And you knew that there was another route of travel to the same location, correct?
What do you mean?
There were alternative routes of travel to the same 2 points, from and to the same points, correct?
Yes. Yes.
You could have tried to extract the location data from the street's cell phone to determine the exact route of travel, correct?
I don't know. I don't have access to these cell phone instructions.
So that answers my next question. You did not even attempt to do that, did you?
No.
You did attempt to analyze the key cycles for the Lexus in order to determine placement of that vehicle. You just talked about that with Mr. Locke, right?
Yes.
I want to be clear for the jurors because most people have probably never heard of key cycles. A key cycle does not have any location data associated with it whatsoever, does it?
Correct.
It just shows you when a vehicle is turned on, the ignition is on, and off. That's one cycle, correct?
No.
Tell me what I've got wrong.
Key cycle of the car doesn't have to be turned on.
Say that again.
It goes from off to run. The engine doesn't have to be started to off.
Understood. So if it turns on, well, every single ignition is a key cycle. Every time the engine turns on, that's absolutely a key cycle. Once it's turned off, right?
That gets recorded as an ignition cycle.
Right. So a key cycle can be an ignition cycle, but it doesn't have to be an ignition cycle. It also can be just turning the sort of accessory on, right?
The key cycle is turning accessories on.
All right. But it does, my question was, when we started this conversation, is it does not have any location data on it whatsoever.
Correct.
All right. So when you drive your car, you walk out, get in the car, turn the ignition on, start to drive, is your location turned off. That's one key cycle, right?
One ignition cycle.
But and I'm going to use the word key cycles because you use the word key cycles in your report. That's what we're talking
I'm
about.
using that because that's how the trigger was read.
That's how what?
If the triggers were read on the text string, that's how they read them. Key cycles.
Key cycles.
Yes.
I'm going to use that phrase key cycle.
Okay.
We're talking about the same thing. It's ignition on, ignition off cycle.
Doesn't have to be on.
So you mean the engine doesn't have to be turned on?
Correct.
Right? But if you're seeing triggering events, I'm trying to be tricky here. Seeing triggering events, the car's in motion. What does that tell you? The ignition's on or off?
Ignition's on.
Right. That's what it is. But it has no location data associated with whatsoever. It could be here, it could be in Wyoming. The car wouldn't know the difference. It's not to report the difference to you, correct?
On the key cycle,
Right.
on just the key cycle. The key cycle does not give out locations.
Say that again?
The key cycle does not give a location.
Right. So your analysis is trying to go from a known key cycle that you can figure out and then work backward from there to try to figure out where the car was on a particular ignition cycle or key cycle, correct?
I didn't use the key cycle to put it back.
Say that again?
I did not use the key cycle to place the car back in its location. The key cycles were, all I got from the key cycles is that they occurred close within proximity to the time we've had the vehicle, not basically saying that this was the location based off the key cycle.
Well, let's look at Exhibit 591 with the court's permission.
Okay.
You testified on Friday that this is a copy of the exhibit that's put in 591. This is part of your report, correct?
Yes, it is.
And this is a chart that shows when move to this arrow. That arrow indicates top and bottom where your testing occurred, correct?
Yes.
And we move over to the left. That's key cycle what?
1164.
Right. So you've testified, and you can turn the lights on. You're all right. I don't mind if that stays up. You can turn the lights on. You stated in your report that there were, quote, 2 triggers recorded on odometer 12,629 and key cycle 1162, correct?
Yes.
These events were prior to the testing triggers on odometer readings 12665/12666 and a key cycle 1164. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So what you're saying that in that report is the triggering events were 1162. The vehicle, there have been 1,164 key cycles on the history of that car, correct?
Correct.
And you knew, when you put in your report, you know that the triggering events that you see on 1164, those are yours.
Yes.
Right? I mean, that's your testing. 2 cycles before that.
Yes.
Meaning ignition cycles, at least. Triggers that occurred while testing was 36 miles. You just said that, right?
Yes.
And the key cycle difference was exactly 2 key cycles, right?
Yes.
1164, 1163, 1162. That's the triggering events, correct?
That's correct.
You also reiterated in your report in paragraph 23, 24, 26, and 29, and also in this exhibit in your car's report, that the triggers occurred at key cycle 1162, right?
Yes.
You were assisted in your car's report. I think you mentioned Trooper Zach Clark. Is that right?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor assisted to a certain degree, correct?
Yes. Yes.
And he agreed with the assessments in the report. It's reflected in that report. The key cycle 1162 contained the 2 triggers that you're talking about, right?
Yes.
That's the 3.2 on and
None.
key cycle 1164. That means you turned the engine on, the ignition on to start your testing, correct?
Correct.
And that triggering event that you see up there at 1164 initiated your testing, all right?
Yes.
All right. So that 1164 is where that's what you did, right?
Correct.
You. In other words, the one known that is immovable, it's immutable, is 1164 began your started, the ignition had to be turned over, and it was driven.
Did not know that.
Okay.
I don't know how, I can't speak to the fact that recorded a key cycle at that time.
I can't hear you.
I can't speak to the fact that we recorded a key cycle at that time.
Okay. If the car was turned on and driven onto a tow truck, would that be a key cycle?
I don't know because these keys record different ways, so I can't speak to how or why I did not record on there. All I can speak to is that those are the key cycles. The odometer mileage is more what I was going after on this whole thing.
Trooper Paul, you just said.
Cycle.
Okay.
That's correct.
When it's turned on, when the engine turns on.
That's the definition of what it is. I can't speak to why I didn't go on, why I did not record.
Well, let's talk about the ignition cycles. That would be ignition cycle. I mean, ignition cycle includes.
Try and make sure that this gets put out the correct way. It doesn't have to. They record multiple different ways.
You can have an ignition cycle without a key cycle.
I don't know how it recorded, but it could happen.
Explain that. How could that possibly happen?
Because a key cycle is when it turns on, not engine running, and then turns off.
Okay, so work with me here.
Ignition cycle is when it turns on, engine running for 2 seconds, and then comes off.
Okay, so
Or the 2 seconds is not on long enough, it might not record one.
let's ignore the 2 seconds.
Okay.
That's not what we're doing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
Right. The precursor key cycle. Right. Definition. We're going to talk about ignition cycles because I don't want to get confused about accessories. And hauling it over to Canton PD, that would be key cycle 1163. Not hypothetical, correct?
It could be.
Okay. Then going backward from there, they had to get off the tow truck in Canton and be driven into the south. You ever seen that video?
No.
That would be key cycle 1163. My mistake. I was missing one, right?
Okay.
Before that, if the car was turned on and driven onto the flatbed to get to Canton, that would be key cycle 1162. Correct? Going back.
It's possible.
All right. Before that, if the car was started and the car was driven from One Meadows Avenue to Karen Reed's parents' home in Dighton, that would be another key cycle, 1161, correct?
Very possible.
Before that, if the SUV was started and driven by Miss Reed from the garage at John O'Keefe's house to Jennifer McCabe's house at 5:07 in the morning, that would be another key cycle, correct? 1160. Is that right?
It's possible.
And before that, if the SUV was started and driven key cycle, the reason that these numbers skip in your diagram, they don't go directly in order, right? Every single number is in order on this left-hand column, because this is only a diagram of when triggering events occur, right?
Yes.
Something unusual about the 59, right? Assuming for purposes of my question, then driving at 5:07 in the morning, then the car being seized in Dighton. 1160. That key cycle would include the time in which Trooper Proctor had possession of that car, correct?
No.
Assuming my hypothetical.
You're hypothetical?
Yes.
If that's hypothetically how it works, then yes.
Then what?
If that's hypothetically how it works, then yes.
Any scientific testing to determine
Said he didn't remember it that way.
Yeah, yes. Take a look at middle of the page. Your answer starts about line 12, but the question above it is probably informative. that remind you that you were asked by a grand jury if you could calculate how far a body would move having been struck by a vehicle?
Yes.
And you indicated, quote, yeah, there's certain calculations we can do with that. We'll figure out if you.
Okay, so just a little detour on this key cycle stuff. It seems like either it didn't record the key cycles, or I don't know, so the odometer mileage on it actually messes with a lot of things because it didn't get driven more than 40 or however many miles it was. And there were multiple key cycles that did happen, but were never recorded. So I wonder if I don't know why it wasn't recorded. But I also am not Lexus or Toyota and know nothing about EDR data. So at the end of the day, the two big takeaways here is the key cycles are wrong, or they didn't record all the way, or maybe they only record with certain things that happen. I have no idea, but the data is kind of off here. The only data that makes sense though is the data that shows that it was almost 40 miles ago and she traveled 40 miles before he took over the car and was able to do all of his testing on the car. So if you just backtrack the mileage, even without the key cycles, everything still lines up. It's just the key cycles are somehow wrong. So I think there is doubt on the key cycles, but I don't think there's doubt on what the data shows. I don't remember the last time I backed up a car at 24 miles an hour. It just doesn't happen. I would have to be getting chased by the mafia to want to do that to my car. Your car would be going so fast. And especially in the snow, you would not ever do this. So it's just sus either way.
Say if the car backed up, hit somebody, and then they go a certain amount of distance, and it's based on miles per hour, the speed of the vehicle, striking the vehicle, and stuff. Remember saying that?
Yes.
What do you mean by stuff?
I don't know.
You said that the calculations would be based on miles per hour and stuff. Did you ever do any stuff to test that? Grand jury's question.
No, we cannot calculate anything from this collision.
Say that one more time.
We cannot calculate anything from this collision.
Who's we?
I'm sorry, me, the role, me.
Well, you know John O'Keefe's weight, right?
What's that?
You know John O'Keefe's weight, 217 pounds, right?
Yes.
Did you know that?
I don't know his weight now.
You know the weight of the vehicle?
Yes.
What's the weight of the vehicle? Gross weight?
What's the gross weight? I think it's approximately 7,300 pounds.
Were you able to calculate the mass of the vehicle?
I did not calculate the mass of the vehicle.
Well, you told the grand jury that you were planning on doing that kind of stuff to calculate, correct?
Yes.
Is your report finished?
Yes, it is.
Did you engage in any of those calculations?
I looked into it. This type of collision I would not be able to use the formulas for this type of collision.
Well, let's talk about those formulas. How would you calculate how far a body at rest would travel after being struck by an object in motion? How would you calculate that?
In pedestrian collisions, I use the Searle formula, Searle flow formula.
What formula?
Searle.
What does that mean?
It's a type of formula that we use for calculation of post-impact speeds for pedestrians.
That includes certain principles of physics to calculate that, right?
What do you mean?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean by certain forms of physics?
There would be physics calculations that would be required to figure out how far a body at rest would move having been struck by an object in motion. Right? That's a basic principle.
Yeah, I guess you could say so.
All right. Can you describe for the jurors exactly what calculations you would need to employ to determine how far a body at rest would travel having been struck by an object in motion?
So in this scenario, in this collision, it's more of a sideswipe. So he did not ascertain, he did not get enough speed of the vehicle, post impact with the vehicle, to be able calculations. His center mass was offset from the vehicle, so we would vastly underestimate his speed. So that's why I did not do a formula. If he was more in line with behind the vehicle, he would have been projected forward, and using that projection forward, he would have done to get more closer to the actual speed of the vehicle during that post impact travels.
Well, that presumes a couple things, Paul. That presumes that he was quote unquote sideswiped, right?
Presumed.
Presumed by you. You didn't see how he was in, did you?
Based on the evidence, it appeared to be a sideswipe.
That's your opinion.
That's disputing the evidence.
You're saying that the principles of physics as we know them today in modern mathematics is thwarted by a sideswipe?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying?
The calculations that are out there, you can get a speed, you'll just underestimate the speed.
You would have to know what the initial momentum of the object is that's in motion, correct?
Of what object?
The truck. Paul.
I would have to know that speed.
Yeah, you have to know what the initial momentum is, not speed. Momentum, there's a difference.
Okay.
Right? Would you agree with that?
No.
You wouldn't have to calculate what the initial momentum is of the object in motion to determine the distance of the body at rest would move?
Well, now, in that sense, we're trying to find the speed of the vehicle. That's usually what we're trying to do.
Right, okay, well, let's put the speed of the vehicle aside. Let's talk about initial momentum. What's the formula for calculating initial momentum?
There's different types of momentum formulas.
Well, there's actually one type of momentum formula. It's to calculate momentum.
Objection.
Sustained.
To calculate momentum, there's a
So sustained. Ask it differently.
Isn't it true, Trooper Paul, that there is a singular calculation for determining initial momentum, that is P equals m times v, where P is the momentum you're solving for that. M is mass, you multiply that by velocity. Is that right? Pretty simple.
You wouldn't use that in a pedestrian collision.
Oh, because the pedestrian's somehow magically out of the realm of physics?
Objection.
Sustained.
Is the pedestrian out of the realm of physics and calculations?
No, it's the weight differential between the pedestrian and the vehicle.
So if the vehicle is too heavy and the body is too light, you can't calculate the initial momentum of the vehicle?
Yes.
Got it. Where'd you learn that?
Momentum.
Of the collision greater or less than the total momentum after the collision? Total momentum before the collision, is it greater or less than the total momentum after the collision? Basic question.
What type of collision?
Trooper Paul, it's
Yes.
transferred from one body. Trooper Paul, are there any other calculations that you need to figure out the stuff that you were talking to about with your injury?
Objection.
Sustained.
How about calculating the final velocity of the objects after the collision? That'd be important.
What objects?
That would be John O'Keefe's body, sir.
I
Object
don't-
the plane was flying through the air 30 feet.
Okay,
Objection.
sustained.
How about calculating the displacement using kinematic equations? Would you be able to do that?
The displacement of the body.
In order to calculate how
This vehicle.
you personally figured out that he would have flown, now somewhat, been rejected somewhat, 30 feet.
Objection.
Sustained.
Are you saying that the principles of physics are incapable of determining with the proper calculations how far John O'Keefe's body would have moved given the collision at issue?
Objection.
Is that what you're saying, Trooper?
No.
Okay, next question.
Well, you just said because it was a sideswipe, all these calculations, these physics calculations are inaccurate, right?
I'm saying it would underestimate the speed and the distance.
The truth is, Trooper Paul, you have no idea what all these physics calculations mean, do you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You've not been trained in physics formally, have you?
Yes.
You have been.
It's incorporated into the classes.
Right, you have a few classes that use the word physics, but you haven't been formally trained in physics, have you?
Objection.
Sustained.
You haven't been formally trained in kinematics, correct?
It's in the aspects of all our crash extraction classes.
You haven't been formally trained and hold no degrees in biomechanics, do you?
I do not have a degree in biomechanics.
In fact, basically what you did in this case was calculated ignition cycles. And you got those wrong, right?
Objection.
Sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. Ask the appropriate part of the question. You'll get it.
Let me ask you this. Based on your reconstruction, nearly 2-year investigation, exactly how was that taillight shattered? Explain to us.
How does the taillight? What do you? So the taillight in this case was shattered when it was struck John O'Keefe's arm.
Exactly what part of his arm?
Based on what I saw for his injuries, was from the upper part of his arm down.
Was his arm out? It just struck the arm on a hinge? Was it in front of him? You did the reconstruction? It shows exactly how his body was positioned when he was struck by that.
So it looks like his arm was more kind of like this. If I can try it then.
You're indicating out by his side, right?
Yes.
All right. And the taillight when it struck his arm, right?
Yes.
Not his torso.
Yes.
Okay. So the full mass, the full weight of that truck hit him basically at the elbow. Is that right?
No,
Missing his
no.
torso.
I said it's from the upper part of the arm
Right,
down.
the
Yeah.
elbow and the biceps.
I didn't see anything that shows an indication that this lower torso was struck, but
Okay. So
it's not saying it could not have been a possibility, but I didn't see anything.
So his torso was spared from being hit, but the arm took the brunt, the full force of the vehicle, correct?
The arm and shoulder, yes.
Okay. And you said he then did a spin, like a sort of pirouette.
He got spun around possibly the way he struck, it looked like he could have turned around counterclockwise.
Okay. So if he turns around counterclockwise, is he turning around in the air counterclockwise?
Yes, initially.
So he gets hit on the upper biceps, shoulder area, and down to the forearm. Plastic or anything broken.
And I see the car driving past him.
And as it passes by, his arm stays with it long enough to get striations, those scratches that you see, those lacerations, I'm sorry, those abrasions, right?
In a sense, yes.
At the same time, he does a pirouette and flies 30 feet to his final point.
I don't know if he did a pirouette.
Well, I'm using the word pirouette. He spun around.
He started around. Say again.
Did you account for the fact in this scenario that you just told the jurors that his arm is on a hinge?
On a hinge.
Shoulder?
Okay.
Okay. So, his arm got hit. His arm just swing.
I said arm and shoulder area, so his arm could have been considered part of it.
Even if his shoulder got the upper
Okay.
points his upper biceps.
Mhm.
Right? There's no injuries on his shoulder. Not a single one. Not even a bruise. Right?
Like I said, it looked like to me it was from up here. I don't know how far I can back here, but it was up here.
Well,
So
you're the one that talked about his injuries on his arm.
yes.
That's limited to about mid biceps, about mid forearm, right?
Okay.
Right?
Yes.
No injuries on the shoulder. No injuries on the torso. No injuries on the ribs. No injuries on the back. Right? Is that right?
Yes.
So your theory is you got hit on the arm, took the brunt of the force from the taillight on the arm, stayed with it, does a pirouette,
Spun around counterclockwise. Spot
and flew through the air onto.
projected doesn't mean it's not incorporating just the throw. Project just means you get pushed forward. There's two parts of that. Just the air goes impact with the
Sustained.
How do you account for the fact that he didn't suffer a broken bone?
I don't know.
How do you account for the fact that he didn't have a fracture?
Objection.
Sustained.
How do you account for the fact that he didn't have a bruise on the arm?
Objection.
That's sustained.
Irreproachable.
Yes.
Investigated other pedestrian accidents in the past. You came to these opinions and conclusions because Trooper Proctor told you to come to these opinions and conclusions in furtherance of his investigation.
That's not true.
That's why you have these opinions and conclusions that just don't make sense, correct?
That is not true.
And you're just trying to fit a square peg into a round hole.
Objection.
Sustained. All right, jurors will take a morning recess.
All right, for please.
Now, I'll see counsel at sidebar about scheduling.
The speeds and everything that we're referring to. Correct.
Yeah, if you could, for the two events on 12,069B, you testified that that was consistent with pedestrian collision, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, if you could tell the jury why is that consistent with pedestrian?
The one specifically with the speeds and everything that we're referring to.
20.2 miles per hour in reverse for about
Okay, yeah, so why I think that's consistent with a pedestrian strike is because the sudden change in the speed, it drops down by half mile per hour. The accelerator pedal is staying constant at the same percentage, and the steering wheel angle also turns to the right.
Now, your overall opinion was based on what you did as far as your construction, correct?
Yes,
Other information that you had at your disposal in formulating your.
like from other reports and stuff.
Yes.
Yes,
And that would include physical evidence, is that correct?
correct.
And that would include witness statements, correct?
Sustained as to form.
What if anything else would that include?
The roadway evidence, witness statements.
In witness statements, would that also include statements of the defendant?
Correct.
Are you aware that the defendant indicated in statements to troopers that she conducted a three-point turn in the area of 34 Fairview Road?
I'm going to allow that question.
Yes.
And what you observed in that triggering event is that from that mileage, is that consistent with the defendant's own statement?
Yes, it is.
Now, you asked you a little bit, if you could, again, for the jury, clarify the difference between what you termed as an area of impact versus a point of impact.
Yes, an area impact is broader. It's a bigger area. Point to impact would mean something as obviously right there. That would be the area impact.
If I could ask the cell phone that was located under Mr. O'Keefe's body, that location, is that also consistent with the linear path that you were testifying about earlier?
Yes, it was.
And do you know whether or not that cell phone was in his hand or his back pocket or somewhere else?
I do not know.
As far as the, let me ask you this. You were shown some photographs of tail light pieces in the area of fire, correct?
Yes.
As far as the area of impact, that was, from what you determined, that was Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker, is that correct?
Yeah, it was when what I've had for non-initial evidence, I said the area impact was the start of that in that area prior to the sneaker.
sorry,
So what I was saying was the area impact was prior to the area the sneaker was. It was in that path, just prior to that area.
And why did you determine that it was in that area?
Because that's the first point of evidence.
And first, I'm sorry, this first point of evidence in relation to what and sort of how the evidence was configured as it was evidence to you.
That was pointed to me as the first point of evidence away from, for the first point of evidence at that time that knew away from the pedestrian.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
And sir, I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 58. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes.
And Your Honor, with the court's permission, if I publish that here.
Okay, what exhibit number is it?
58.
Thank you.
Did you recall, do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
It's 34 Fairview at the left side, and this is the fire hydrant.
And as far as these photographs and photographs shown to you by Mr. Jackson on cross-examination, do you know when those photographs were taken?
I do not know specifically at what time those were taken.
You don't know if those photographs were taken on February 3rd, 2022?
Objection.
Is the objection sustained?
Now, Super, if you could, using a laser pointer, I know you've done some diagram, but if you could use a laser pointer to regard what's on screen as Exhibit 58, direct jury's attention to where you believe the area of impact to be between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe.
It's probably somewhere out here.
And as far as that linear path that you were talking about from the area of impact, where did that go from and where did that go to?
So from, I think it's from like this way.
Okay, let's go and take that. May I approach this picture now? Now, if you could explain to the jury as far as what you were describing as Mr. O'Keefe's post-impact movement, starting sort of with the point of impact between himself and the SUV to the point where he comes to final rest on the wall.
Yes, so he was struck along the right side in the area of his arm, and then he was post-impact with the Lexus. He rotated counterclockwise and eventually hit the ground and came to final rest.
And the ground, based on your understanding of the weather conditions, was frozen at the time, is that correct?
Objection.
Sustained. Watch the form, Mr. Wiley.
Yes, sir. So as far as anything in your testimony about Mr. O'Keefe's actions, does that involve pirouette?
No.
Or is there rotation, is that correct?
Correct.
And as far as 30 feet in the air, do you have any opinion as to whether or not he flew 30 feet in the air?
I don't have any evidence that he would have flown 30 feet in the air.
And so as far as from your training experience when it comes to pedestrian collisions, are you able to determine or calculate how much distance someone is in the air and how much distance someone sort of rolls or tumbles to their final resting position?
Sorry, say it again.
From your training experience, based on this collision, are you able to determine how far Mr. O'Keefe was traveling in the air versus how far he traveled tumbling or rolling after he hit the ground?
I do not have a calculation for the specific style of pedestrian crash due to the side swipe. So if I did, I could use the formula. It would just vastly underestimate the speed of the vehicle.
Let me ask you a little bit about, you're talking about the Searle pedestrian flow formula, correct?
Correct.
And that's something developed in the course of physics specific to reconstruction by someone named Dr. Searle, correct?
Correct.
And that's Searle, is that correct?
That's correct.
And with respect to Dr. Searle's formula, why is that inapplicable in sideswipe collision versus some other type?
Because it takes in, it's looking for more, not so much the formula, it's how much projection efficiency that would occur, how much percentage of the speed of the striking vehicle would have happened. In order for the formula to work, the more of the body would strike the vehicle, the more efficient the outcome would be in the speed.
In the center of mass that you were talking about, sort of in the collision sequence, what if any role does that play in regard to your ability to do that calculation?
It would just, like I said, it would underestimate the speed of the striking vehicle due to the center of mass not within the rear of the vehicle.
And not to twist your words or anything, but as far as when you say underestimate, that would not be an accurate reflection of the defendant's vehicle speed, correct?
Correct.
And you asked some questions about the glass and indicated that there are a number of reasons why the glass would travel with him being Mr. O'Keefe. Can you explain what those are?
Yeah, the glass could have struck the vehicle also in the same way. It could have still been attached to his hand and still gone with him in the same way. It could have been attached to his body in there. That's the multiple ways that the glass would have stayed with him.
Now, speaking of collision sequences, particularly collisions involving multiple vehicles, vehicles are fixed with bumpers, correct?
Correct.
What's the purpose of a bumper on a vehicle?
To help absorb the
Scope?
Yes. Yeah.
Sustained.
Your Honor, if I may, I don't believe it is.
So why don't we come to sidebar?
triggering data that you observed? Was there any other triggering event that included the 3-point term?
No.
Now, as far as the defendant's path of travel, is it your understanding that that was obtained from a multitude of different witnesses?
Yes.
Now, with reference to, you were asking questions about the defendant's cell phone, as far as GPS locations, were you aware that the defendant's cell phone wasn't able to be accessed until by law enforcement until 2023?
Sustained.
Were you aware that the defendant's cell phone had GPS locations turned off on the defendant's cell phone?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I was not aware.
Now, as far as placing the vehicle during that triggering event, 12-629B, did you use key cycles to put it back at that location at that time?
No, I didn't.
What did you use?
I looked at the odometer mileage
And why would you look at the odometer mileage over the key cycles?
because I can physically see the odometer mileage at the vehicle at the time of my inspection.
Yeah, this is what I was saying too. I think so. The problem is that you have bad data on key cycles, but then you have an odometer mileage that is read correctly and then lines up with the timeline. I think you have to just disregard the key cycles, or you have to find another explanation. They really needed to bring in some type of expert in this area and to understand the actual data on itself. Because I don't think he obviously doesn't know about this particular key cycle situation. He just knows that the key cycles do not line up with how many times it was driven after the car was eventually driven away from the crime scene, driven away from John's house, and then driven back to Canton on the back of a trailer. So he sees the odometer, he has all the other cooperating information, so it's kind of like you have a puzzle piece, but one of the pieces on the edge are just a little bit jagged. And whenever it happens, like, it obviously looks bad, but I don't think it means that much.
Let me ask you this. In your opinion, as far as that is concerned, sort of backtracking to a specific location, which is more reliable, the odometer or the key cycles?
I would say the odometer mileage.
And why is it?
Like I said, you physically see it when you're in the car, and I know that's the odometer mileage that it's reading on the dashboard.
And every key cycle, is that necessarily reported within the texturing data?
No.
And why not, sir?
They don't report stuff that related to the triggers.
They don't what?
They only report stuff that is related to the triggers.
Okay, thank you.
As far as counsel's hypothetical with regard to the key cycles, is it your opinion that that hypothetical is accurate or inaccurate?
Inaccurate.
And why so?
Because he also add the odometer mileage onto the key cycle, so those key cycles and odometer mileage are on the same trigger. And plus the data seems consistent with everything else that's going on with this collision.
Now, fair to say that you were not outside of 34th Fairview Road on January 29th, sometime around 12:20 to 12:30 a.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
And so fair to say that you don't know exactly how Mr. O'Keefe and or Glass or anything that totally interacted with the defendant's vehicle at that time?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
I do not.
And so based on your training experience and the number of pedestrian crashes that you've investigated, again, if you could, one last time, just describe to the jury how you believe the vehicle interacted with Mr. O'Keefe and why.
Objection.
Sustained. Asked and answered.
With reference to what you've described as far as the interaction between Mr. O'Keefe and the vehicle, why is that your opinion?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Based on the evidence from the vehicle, based on the injuries to John O'Keefe, the tail lights appear to be broken and the sharp plastic pieces that could have ripped his arm, and also the dent with the scratches above it is consistent with a hand holding a glass and the glass on top, smashing on the vehicle, and a hand smashing the vehicle. You can see there's a line between scratches and a dent there.
Thank you. Nothing further. Judges, hold me on.
That's correct.
I'm pulling up Exhibit 591.
Okay.
That indicates key cycles that have triggering events, correct?
Yes.
Triggering events are something that the manufacturer includes basically a list of items that will event with the vehicle. The hypothetical that I gave you on cross-examination, with those driving incidents, each one of those would represent a key cycle, correct?
So in your hypothetical, I mean, assume that it should create a key cycle, but you can't just say that key cycle from that because I didn't just use key cycles. I used the odometer mileage on top of it, so you have to have key cycle and odometer.
Interestingly, though, when you testified on direct examination, you said your analysis, this was on Friday, before the weekend. By the way, over the weekend, did you watch anything on, I don't know, YouTube or any social media?
No.
Nothing?
No.
No. Did you have any conversations with Mr. Wiley about these key cycles and problems?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody about the issues with key cycles?
No.
Did you realize at some point between Friday and today that I was probably going to ask you some questions about key cycles?
Objection.
Did you realize that yourself?
I assumed you were asking me loads of information.
So on Friday, you didn't mention that your analysis was based on mileage, did you?
Objection.
Sustained.
On Friday, did you mention that your analysis was predicated on mileage?
Objection.
I'll see you at sidebar.
Events or driving for key cycle events between 11:64 and 11:59, it could not occur at 11:62, correct? 34 Fairview. In my hypothetical.
In your hypothetical, if they recorded a key cycle, then your hypothetical is correct.
Right. And last question: if you got the route of travel incorrect, if your presumption of the route of travel was incorrect on that vehicle in the days earlier, then your mileage would be incorrect also, correct?
Mileage from what? The odometer or from
The odometer reading.
the odometer reading? Is the odometer reading. It's 36.
My point is, your analysis that's based on the odometer reading 36 miles here, 12 miles there, 2 miles here, 5 miles there. If you got the route of travel wrong, and the route of travel was different, your assumptions about the odometer readings would be incorrect as well, correct?
So what I'm
You got the path of travel wrong.
So I purposely put down a range on my Google images showing, because I couldn't tell you her definitive route of path for every single way, but I know that it's a possibility that she could travel 36 miles within those locations that she traveled post leaving Fairview Road.
Or if that mileage was put on at key cycle 1162, then that would mean that the vehicle would already be in Massachusetts State Police custody, right? Because of the proctor's test.
Objection.
So that's beyond the scope.
That's all.
All right, Mr. Daly?
Just very briefly. The range that you came up with for the defendant's path of travel, does that fit with the path of travel, the odometer reading, putting the defendant's vehicle in the area of 34 Fairview Road when it does a 3-point turn, and then 8 minutes later when it travels 24.2 miles per hour in a straight line in reverse for approximately 62 feet?
Yes.
Nothing further.
All right, you are all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, so I believe I've seen everything else now. I will say he's a bad witness. I'm not gonna sugarcoat this. He has a speech impediment, which is not his fault, obviously. And he has confidence issues. So these things just piled up on him. And Alan Jackson is great at making you doubt yourself. And so unless you're steadfast on the stand, unless you really believe everything, and like, I mean, Alan Jackson literally went out after his degree. Just because you have an associate's degree doesn't mean you're dumb. And just because he doesn't have a biomedical or bioengineering degree doesn't mean that he can't do accident reconstruction. There's plenty of detectives out there that have almost 0 degrees that are probably some of the brightest and best detectives. And so this is just, it's really just degree shaming this guy, which already threw him off. He already knew that he didn't do very well on Friday, and he had all weekend to think about how Alan Jackson was going to destroy him. So he didn't grow his confidence over the weekend, obviously. Came in pretty shaky and nervous. I mean, you could just tell at the beginning his hands are shaking, voice is a little bit off, and he already has a speech impediment, so everything is exacerbated by that. Like, it just compiles on top of each other until it's not his fault, but he's not a good accident reconstructionist to come up and do testimony. I think he might be good in the field, but I don't think that he's not here to testify. He's not good at testifying, and yeah, I just have this weird feeling with people that are in the state. They have they're good at their jobs, but like Lowry and all of these people are just so bad at putting evidence together at the end of the day. Like, they have all the evidence, they have everything that's lined up that basically proves their case, but the way they display it is in it's so badly displayed, and it's so dry. There's no good timelines. The graphs are like in Excel. All this stuff just kind of it falls flat on the jury, I think, when you see it. You don't get to see infographics or things that are very easily visually digestible. You get to see tables and spreadsheets and all this stuff, and the defense has a lot more money to throw at people that are like this. The defense throws money at these infographics, zoomed in pictures. They have their own video guy. Like, it really is unfair for the state at this point. They need more help, and I think they just need somebody that's very tech savvy and that can actually put all this together. And they just don't really have it. So, yeah. I will go over the rest of what I thought about this today on this one. They talked to Ian. He immigrated from Australia to Canada, I believe, and works for Cellbrite, made his own made his own program as well because he loves it so much. Seems like a very, very smart guy. And I mean, the defense had no chance against this guy. He was already backing up Mrs. Hyde's testimony from Friday, and she was just impeccable. You couldn't, she was smiley, bubbly. She even kind of destroyed the defense whenever they asked her a hypothetical. She gave her own hypothetical of, you know, unicorns or something, basically saying like, yeah, I can't really prove that nothing that didn't exist. It's kind of like trying to prove a negative and you can't do it. And that's basically what the defense loves to do. But yeah, Ian did very well. And then he had his own display, and it just all kind of came together. He literally set this up the night before he came in so he could show exactly how the tables in the spreadsheets and the SQLs are how they populate the exact thing. He searched for this last night. He brought up something new that he searched today, and it unfortunately it shows exactly how you can misrepresent this data to point to a night before, even though it never happened the night before. But yeah, he was great. And then is this guy's name Garino? I think it is. Don't remember. But he seems the last guy seems very confident, very strong, and I don't think he's going to take much whenever he comes back. There's just, and all this cell phone stuff is just so damning for her. The 18 calls, the 11 rejected calls, the leave me alone. It just seems like somebody that's almost going after John, and it's not a good look, man. Stop being a psycho. Stop. Just say, hey, let's talk later about, you know, what happened this morning. I'm still really not over it, and then just leave it there for the day. But you can tell she was calling him all day. John already felt that way, like, man, I'm gonna have to deal with her tonight. And then by the time they get it to the bar, she's just trying to get as drunk as possible because she's mad at John. And all this stuff is going on in the background. You don't see it outwardly at the bar. Like, Karen's very good at hiding that part of her life, of the turmoil between her and John. It wasn't like she came in and was like, hey, asshole, like, why did you do that to me, or anything. She did not make a scene. She kept it behind closed doors, and that, I don't know, it's telling that she puts on a good face around other people because she wants everybody to think that. Anyway, I believe it's almost time. Okay, I did not want that. All right, I'm gonna go see Yellow Cottage Tales. Just gonna see what Kevin's talking about. Kevin seems to be in a good mood today. Maybe one day he will.
All right, good morning, everyone. 2017, October. Celtics, Boston Celtics, were about to start their new season. They had Kyrie Irving, they had Gordon Hayward, they had Big Al Horford, and they had a couple of young kids, Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. They were set up. I'm a former season ticket holder, so I was a lifelong fan, really looking forward to the season. They were stacked. It seemed like a dream team.
But yeah, I mean, what I'm looking forward to today. So today is actually going to be a voir dire of two potential defense witnesses, and I don't think the defense knows what they're actually going to testify to. So this voir dire is more of a it's more of just to feel it out, and then if they don't like what they see, then they will probably not call these two people. But I think they're hoping to get something that can refute some of the testimony that the state has. And these two defense witnesses, I believe, were previous FBI or still are FBI. So I think they'll just kind of be straight shooters. But yeah, I guess we will find out. We are just waiting on this to start. It says it's about 15 minutes away.
Stop, in my view. All right, so Karen Reed, something going on today, right? So there's no jury, but this is a day that really looms large for both sides because they're going to have the voir dires of first a former pathologist who wants to testify for the defense that the wounds on John's arm were created by an animal or a dog. I believe that it's very likely that this witness will be allowed, but it's late in the game, so that's why there has to be a voir dire. This witness they didn't bring in until weeks into the trial. Looming even larger, though, are the two independent accident reconstructionists that the feds hired, or that work for a company that the feds hired to look at this, that supposedly are going to say that John's injuries are inconsistent with a vehicle accident. But we really don't know what they're going to say. The defense doesn't know what they're going to say. There was some particular aspect of the protective order between the feds and both parties that made it unusual, and that the defense team was not allowed to get any documents or analysis from these experts or to even interview them. So if David Yannetti is telling the truth on that in court, now I think there's a lot of instances where David Yannetti does not tell the truth, but lying to a judge, I don't think he'd do it. So I think this is a day where not only is the prosecution going to learn.
I'll be right back. Listen to Kevin, and hopefully we'll learn something.
So if what they say is not helpful to the defense might even decide not to use them. So this is going to be really interesting today, and let's face it, the state has only put forward one person to talk about the accident reconstruction. He was not qualified. I think that's the nicest way to say it. I don't. He's green. Wasn't comfortable on the stand. Didn't seem to grasp a lot of the concepts involved, such as the physics. He wasn't qualified, and so I think for the I'm not speaking for the families. I'm just imagining that what they're feeling. I'm talking about the McCabe's, the Alberts, and the O'Keefes, and anybody else that's smeared in this case. I think they must be frustrated that that's what the state put forward. A really poorly articulated explanation for what happened that day. Now, it may be the case that there never can be a really good explanation that gets put together. These high-speed pedestrian collisions are really, really difficult to analyze. One of the things that I had learned from talking to a lot of police over the last year is that when it comes to that, the injuries can be so bizarre and vary so much that it actually takes an expert accident reconstructionist to make sense of them. Ordinary police can't. Ordinary citizens can't. It comes from someone that actually studies these things. So we were waiting on getting a very good explanation from the state's accident reconstructionist, and we got stuck with Trooper Paul, who's I'm sure is an honest guy, a nice guy. If he stays in that job, maybe 10, 15 years from now, he'll have enough experience to be good at his job. But right now, I think everything hangs in the balance that this was very poorly presented to the jury. That's my opinion. Okay. Now, some of this might get cleaned up today by Trooper Garino. I don't know. But Trooper Garino is not an accident reconstructionist. He's a data guy. So far on the stand, he seems very qualified, very articulate. Other than making the mistake of bizarrely saying on the stand in an off mic moment yesterday, kill me again. So I don't really the judgment that goes on with some of these guys is just mind baffling. But Trooper Garino is going to be able to talk about John's health app, not just, I'm sorry, John's phone data, which includes the health app. So the health app, his GPS, and the Waze search. And this is vital data because it connects to that key cycle 1162 all talked about. But someone needs to tie all that together for the jury. And I don't even know if Trooper Garino is allowed to. Because I don't know if he's allowed to talk about key cycles. I'm going to guess that he's not. I think it had to be the accident reconstructionist that tied all this in together. But he testified yesterday that he had no access to that phone data. That's bizarre to me. I don't understand it. I don't understand. So you need to have one expert come in and tie all this together for the jury. It can't come down to Lally at the end. It needs to be an expert that puts that all together. And it looks like that's not going to happen. And that is the vital key evidence. That's the smoking gun. So we have a smoking gun here. And it seems that this inept prosecution is not going to present that to the jury by an expert. I don't get it. I find it stunning. So the chat today, I guess, in Tom's CPU's channel was much about me. And naturally, they get things backwards because it's what they do. But they're saying that I am afraid to go on Surviving the Survivor, although in reality, I'm scheduled to go on today at 5. They said I'm afraid to debate Mark Betterow, and that's why I didn't want to go on. Although, if I showed you the copy of my reply in my email to Joel, I don't know his last name, the owner of Surviving the Survivor, I was pretty harsh in my email. That's why I was surprised they invited me on. Because I said, if you're platforming someone like this Betterow character, I said, you shouldn't do it. But if you're going to do it, there should always be somebody like me on there to debunk his nonsense. He's not very bright. I shouldn't say that, but I'm sorry. I said that in the email to him. And he lacks integrity and he lacks temperament because he's out there accusing Jen McCabe, saying that she belongs in prison. It's inappropriate to have somebody like that on the show. There's no evidence that Jen McCabe is part of any conspiracy. He's allegedly a lawyer. I don't know what kind of law he practices, but he must understand this. If he's a serious lawyer, he wouldn't be running around on all these shady shows with Turtle Boy. You're running around with Turtle Boy? What kind of serious lawyer hangs around with Turtle Boy? So to have this, I didn't see his performance. I think it was yesterday. I don't watch the channel. No, he's not intelligent, Jim. I'm sorry. I've seen his comments. No intelligent person would make those comments. So it's possible he's a grifter and he's willing to just lie to people. But no, those comments are not made by intelligent people. I'm sorry. Just because someone is a lawyer does not mean they're intelligent. Again, I hate to start out going to war at 8:45 in the morning. I don't enjoy it. I'd rather talk about the Celtics. But this stuff frustrates me because you're hurting innocent people out there by putting these unintelligent, grifting type people on the air and giving them a platform. At this point, believing in the 227 search for how long to die in the cold is a flat earth theory. It's completely, utterly absurd. It's dismissed by logic. It's dismissed by the evidence, and it's now dismissed by 2 unimpeachable forensic data experts. It's dead. To believe that 227 was even a possibility is irrational. You might say you don't believe the dinosaurs exist. All right, that's fine if you want to do it, but it's against all of the science and all of the data and all of the logic and all of the evidence. Yet this guy believes in it. He not only believes in it, he insists. He doesn't believe it as a possibility. He insists that it happened. That's just grifting. That's pure grifting. I know maybe some people get tired of that channel, but for me, a grifter is someone that's out there that is intentionally pushing false theories for their own personal benefit. And that's what this guy is doing. I'd be happy to debate him. I would have even though I'm very busy and it gets a little exhausting. If they had said, we need you to come on the show with this Betterol, I would have gone on in a heartbeat. Because that guy can be debunked by anybody who has command of the evidence, who has command of the logic. We looked at the evidence yesterday that Ian Whiffen revealed. You had 4 web pages, entirely separate web pages, that were all, according to that data, searched within 9 seconds at the same time, or within 9 seconds of that alleged how long to die in the cold search. That doesn't make sense. It's not how human beings operate. So Jen McCabe is in there searching for the basketball league, and she's putting up It's Raining Men and just casually saying, oh, how long will it take for my friend to die after they put him out in the cold to finish him off? A murder conspiracy that I'll be part of. That's not rational. People that believe that, I can't respect them. I can't talk to them with respect. And if that's a flaw on my part, so be it. Because it's not like you have some, like if I had an actual flat earth theorist come on my channel, I would talk to them with more respect because it's not hurting anybody. But you're ambulance chasing, trying to drum up more business, make a name for yourself. No one heard of this guy before. And you're willing to do that at the expense of innocent people. That's unacceptable to me. And I know more of the details about what a lot of these people that have been falsely accused, witnesses that have come up in the trial, that the anguish that they're going through, the way their lives are being destroyed. It's not something that I can talk about on the channel, but knowing what they're going through, but normal people should be able to expect what they're going through. They're being attacked in their own town as accomplices to murder. All of these people. There's an organized mob that's trying to destroy their lives, that's sending them death threats, that's sending other kinds of threats all the time, that's trying to destroy their jobs. All because of bogus claims like this clown Betterol puts out there. And I'm sorry, he's a clown. A decent human being would not do what these people are doing. Oh my God, MJ, you always forget that her husband is an IT professional. Again, MJ, I'm sorry, that's clownish. All right. So the idea that now we're going to turn him into a hacker and he took over the phone and tinkered with all the data that went into the friends. This is crazy. This is crazy talk, MJ. I'm sorry. I can't be respectful to it. And I won't be because it's crazy talk. It's not logical. You're so determined to believe in something that you defy all logic and evidence. All of it. That's crazy. I mean, I don't know what to say. It's cruel. You're accusing innocent people. It doesn't even make sense. Let me just. I started late today because my information is that the hearing today will start at 9:30, but I'm going to pull it up now just in case, so nobody gets nervous that we're going to miss it. So just give me a moment here. Law and Crime Network. Yeah, they've got it scheduled for 9:30. So I've got it pulled up, but let me put it on the screen. Actually, I'll do it on the other computer. So no one will get nervous. And no one wants to see my face this big anyways. Hold on one second. Not sure if Tom Fleming is here, but Tom Fleming isn't used to going to bed that late. And he would have last night because of the Celtics game, though. So Tom might be here a little later than normal. So hopefully everybody behaves themselves till he gets here. Except for me. I might not behave myself. So, all right, let me put this up. The idea, I've talked about it before, so I feel bad talking about it again, but since there are some people here that are still resisting it, the idea that Jen and Matt McCabe are driving home to their 4 little girls, knowing that the plan is to put John O'Keefe, who is clinging to life, but who is alive, you're going to put him outside to die in the cold. You tell the McCabe's this before they leave. John McCabe is their friend. They're not criminals. And as this alleged conspiracy goes, John has been attacked viciously by a German Shepherd and then beat up. So the idea that the plan
is just, it's a conspiracy. It's so blown out of proportion. Unfortunately, I think the only way this is a conspiracy if it's literally two police officers. That's the only way it could be. It would have to be everything planted, and then by very small portion of people, and then hoping that everything goes your way. It just doesn't make any sense. Police officers, well, you would think they would know enough to, if they really wanted to, try to get away with something. And you know, the one way you don't get that is if you put them directly out in front of your lawn. It being on a Boston police officer's lawn is it's the reason against the conspiracy, actually, because they would have tried to cover it up by actually dumping the body somewhere. They would know what to do with it. They would have the expertise to get rid of it. No one would just throw the body right, 30 to 50 feet outside your house and hope that, oh well, they're gonna frame somebody for this anyway. No, you would just get rid of the body completely. What would have really happened is they would have hid the body. They would have said, oh yeah, we never saw John at the party. And then they would have actually gotten rid of it. They would say John walked home. Karen picked him up, actually. That's what they would say. And none of them said any of this. All of them said John didn't go in the house. None of them saw him that night, besides at the bar. And as more and more text messages come out, you can see that it looks like it's going the opposite direction. It's going towards the person who really did it, which is Karen, because she was not happy in the relationship. She has very high emotional, she's just emotional all the time. You can just tell from the text messages. She guilt trips you. She keeps calling. You can't get her to stop. You just tell her, please leave me alone, and she just keeps coming until she gets what she wants. And unfortunately, it looks like she tried to get a murder conviction. So oh yeah. So yeah, the recap from day 26 is mostly just that Ian is really good at data, backs up the other girl very well. The defense is gonna, it's almost impossible to fight what they've said. The 227 search didn't happen. The wall the right ahead log files don't make any sense because of they were stored. So much stuff was stored in them, and then it never actually got to write it to the database. The how long to digest food search came out, which it wasn't actually a search, but it was an autocomplete by Google, and it never actually got brought up onto her phone. Like, it's like she didn't have Wi-Fi or she didn't have signal there. But yeah, the conspiracy people are really going crazy now. It's to the point where they're grasping at straws and hoping that something else comes out.
So I'm going to address Jim's comment, and then because people rightly are upset that I'm only addressing, they think I only take on the free care and read people here. Oops, thing moved. Let me go back. So so after I address Jim's comment, I will go on to other people's comments, so we get a balance here. Jim says, this is Jim Purcell. The key cycles and Paul's incompetence sunk this case completely. Maybe, but not. But here's the thing: the evidence is now bulletproof. That's the shame of it. The evidence that Karen Reed did this is now airtight, bulletproof. You can't defeat it. The problem is it was not explained clearly to the jury. It was not. It still has not been put together. So if you go back and watch it, you'll see, even though it doesn't always come out clearly because of Officer Trooper Paul's difficulty in articulating things, but also Adam Lalley's difficulty in articulating questions or sometimes creating the kind of emphasis that's needed. The way that Trooper Paul identified the key cycle in which John's murder took place was based on primarily on the odometer and on the fact that there were two triggered events within that cycle that match up. Now, unfortunately, these things match up even more decisively than Trooper Paul was aware of, because for whatever reason, he was not given access to that key correlation data from John's phone. So they can go back and look at a key cycle does not record a real time. It records just a ticking time from the beginning of that key cycle to the end of it, and so it records that in half seconds. But it doesn't record a time, so it doesn't say 8:30 p.m., for example. Certainly doesn't say a date or anything like that. So you have to identify which key cycle was the one that you're looking at here, and then see if there's any indications of whether there was an accident. Well, the way they did that was to look at the odometer. Because the key cycle does record the mileage. And last Friday, Trooper Paul identified how he looked at the Google Maps and looked at the distance for the overall trip. Now, there's a range because Karen's GPS was apparently turned off. Nothing to do with this case. It apparently had been turned off sometime before when she put it in airplane mode. And she just never turned it back on. So her location data was off. So you don't get an exact tracking of her phone, the path that they took when she went home. You do get a direct mapping of the path that they took from the waterfall to 34 Fairview because John's GPS was not off. So they're able to track it with that. And in fact, John punched in 34 Fairview to Waze, so we can track it that way too. However, after John gets out and his phone goes with him, because Karen's GPS is off and she didn't use the Waze, then they can't say for sure exactly what route Karen took to go home. Now, you can identify it a little bit because it's clear that she didn't go by the library. So there's no gap. It just meant she went the other route. There were a couple of basic routes that you could go. And the difference in those so you end up with a mileage range based on the route from going to the waterfall to 34 Fairview and then back to One Meadows. I forget exactly what that range was, but I think it was a mile and a half different, maybe something like that. It might have been less than that. I forget. Maybe someone could look that up for us. But that was in Trooper Paul's testimony last Friday. So that's how they identify that trip. But the other way they identify it, that key cycle, that's how they identify that key cycle. The other way they identify it is the fact that there are two triggered events. So an event is when something happens so that the data stream and the vehicle data is continuous, but it doesn't record continuously. So what happens is if there is an event, a trigger, as they would say, that creates a recording of the data from 5 seconds before the event and 5 seconds after the event. So if you get in an accident, there'll be a recording from 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after. Well, there were two events on that. So interestingly, the first event was the 3-point turn, which unfortunately Trooper Paul called last Friday a U-turn, but then more accurately under questioning by Alan Jackson yesterday described as a 3-point turn. And I think it was just semantics, but it was more accurately a 3-point turn because as Alan Jackson indicated, there's changing of gears and changing directions on the steering wheel and that kind of stuff. It was clearly a 3-point turn. Now we know for a fact that Karen took a 3-point turn. How do we know that? Well, I don't know how Trooper Paul knows it because, again, it wasn't made clear, but we know it because that's indicated by the data in John's phone, both his GPS and the Waze data. Because as they were driving to 34 Fairview, Karen missed the turn. And of course, as you know, with Waze, you'll realize that right away. So immediately as she went past it, she did a 3-point turn to turn around. And that's when she gets back to the intersection. And coming from the other direction is Ricky D'Antonio's truck with Ryan Nagel and Ryan Nagel's girlfriend inside that. So they come to the intersection at the same time, and Karen has the right of way. So Ricky D'Antonio lets her go. You've all heard that testimony. Why does a 3-point turn trigger an event inside the key cycle? Well, that would have to be explained by Lexus, Toyota. Again, something the state should have had, but they didn't. But this is an algorithm driven thing. So the algorithm is just looking for anything that it's programmed to look for certain things that could be of note, that could be of interest to an accident. Basically, black data recordings are there not to help as forensic data in criminal cases. The black data stuff, the vehicle data, is there to help the car manufacturers make cars safer. So it's information that they process from any accident. And in theory, they use that to make the vehicle, to try to improve the vehicle safety. So there's something in the algorithm that caused that in that 3-point turn. I don't know if it's triggered in every 3-point turn, or is it just triggered in one where it happens in a certain way. So Trooper Paul explained that when you're performing so when you go into reverse and then the accelerator is pressed more than 30%, that's what triggered the data. So he did explain it, but it should have been more accurately explained by a Lexus Toyota data person, or TechStream. That's the company that they use, I believe, to do that. So so this is how we identify that key cycle 1162 is the one where the accident happened. But again, it also correlates even better. So the next trigger event in that key cycle comes exactly or almost exactly 8 minutes after the 3-point turn. And that's when Karen puts the car in drive, goes forward for 3 seconds, and then suddenly puts it in reverse, punches the gas, punches it where the accelerator is pushed down up to 75%. You're punching that. That's hard for reverse. And the car achieves a speed of 24 miles an hour. And it goes for 62 feet in reverse. But the correlation, which is so vital here, that Trooper Paul was not allowed to make, if he's even aware of it, hopefully Trooper Garino can make, but if not, it'll be up to Lally in the closing arguments. But that correlation is key, because what we know from John's phone, from his health app on his phone, is that he last moved at 12:32. And that's 8 minutes after the 3-point turn. So it correlates perfectly. That to me is bulletproof. I mean, honestly, if you just use that data alone and correlate it with the data from John's phone, this trial could have been over in a morning. It's bulletproof. It's bulletproof. But did they present this properly or effectively to the jury? I worry they did not. The jury hasn't even been told about this, about John's health app data or any data from John's phone yet. So that correlation has not been given to the jury. As I said, I hope that Trooper Garino is allowed to give it, but I don't know whether or not he is. Trooper Garino, unlike Trooper Paul, does seem very articulate on the stand. But again, I don't even know if he was given any access to that data. So that means it's going to fall on Lally to explain it in the closing arguments, and that's unfortunate. Okay, let's try to get to some more comments here. Just pulling up randomly. So Jules says, I don't know why people think it's so wild that she made it to 24 miles per hour in reverse. It's very easy to do, even in an older SUV. Yeah, there's no reason to. I mean, I don't know how much higher than that you can go. It's not like you're in drive. It doesn't have, the gears won't probably allow it. But if you punch, you you have to be either drunk or crazy to hit the gas 75% when in reverse. I'm just trying to hit some comments randomly. This is from Paula Watkinson. Do you honestly believe that the jury will agree beyond any reasonable doubt the way I've been told the murder happened? Unfortunately, there will never be justice for John O'Keefe due to police incompetence. It's a worry. It's a worry, part, not just police incompetence, but I'm sorry, I know that Lally has had to master an enormous amount of detail, and in many ways has done a good job. I feel a lot of sympathy towards him. I have no doubt he's a very intelligent man. But whether it's his fault or whether it's DA Morrissey's fault, and maybe we'll feel differently about this in a couple of days when the prosecution case ends. So maybe it's unfair to judge the whole case while it's ongoing. But at this point, I feel like prosecutorial misconduct, not misconduct, malpractice. I feel like this is almost a case of prosecutorial malpractice, because I've said all along since day one, for a year, that the state has to have a convincing accident reconstruction and present that to a jury. And I don't feel we got that yet. I don't feel it was explained in a way that's convincing to the jury. So that's going to force the jury to try to figure things out. So on Court TV last night, the former prosecutor Grundy was on there, and I think he's very good. And he's worried about this case too. He's neutral on it, but he's worried that the prosecution has not made an effective case. And what happens? Oh, hold on. Let me just mute for a second. Sorry, that was actually a phone call from Jen Coffeneffer. I was wondering why she wasn't here. It's my own fault. I hadn't somehow had not sent her the link. Let's see. Wow, I remember going in here too. Which means I may have sent this link to someone else who I communicate with in Twitter. So we may get some kind of a surprise guest here. There's a few people I communicate with in Twitter. Who knows who'll show up now? All right, so you'll get to have Jen here, and you'll get a break from me, which I'm sure you're looking forward to. But yeah, I do worry about that, Paula. Hopefully, this will get tied up a little bit better over the next couple of days. The medical examiner will be huge. There are indications that there might be a very close match made between the wounds on one of the wounds on John's arm, a match with one of the taillight pieces. But again, who will make that match? That match should have been, I don't know. I mean, this obviously there's a separation of tasks here. So, but can the medical examiner, if she's the one that talks about the wounds, but can she talk about a piece of plastic? I don't know. I don't know. Tully hinted at it or started to talk about it. The defense objected. So who can talk about it? This is this division of labor thing that goes on. There needs to be one person that can pull together all the key details, and it doesn't seem like they allow that. Good morning, Jen. DDev says the accident reconstruction expert was malpractice, completely unacceptable in 2024 for that guy to handle policeman death, gross, disgusting, incompetence. I can't say that I disagree, Dev. I mean, I just can't. It's stunning to me. But this is also why I say that elaborate conspiracies tend to be impossible, because one of the expressions that I say with me and Dave McGrath say to each other as we talk about this in other cases, that there are no geniuses, not in crime, not on the side of the cops or the robbers. You know, there are very few geniuses. It's in a movie there are geniuses. In a TV show there are geniuses. You know, in a TV show, Columbo is a genius, right? Sherlock Holmes. The bad guys can be geniuses. In real life, there are no geniuses. The geniuses that are in real life are working for NASA. Maybe there's some geniuses in the FBI lab, Jen, but I don't think there are too many geniuses in the world that are involved in these cases. What do you think?
You know, you bring up a very interesting point. I mean, no matter what um, the occupation is, I always say this: 50% are going to be below average, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Average is average, and I think in law enforcement, I'm just throwing out these percentages, just kind of rough estimates in my career, what I saw in the bureau and kind of across the board. Probably, let me just say in the bureau, although I was detached to a lot of law enforcement agencies, but you have literally probably 25% that are really amazing. They're go getters. They are well versed. Finished at the top, you know, 5% of their class in terms of understanding the legal, the white collar crime, which were always the toughest aspects. And just they're just go getters. Like they've devoted their life to putting bad guys in jail, right? Then you have
Hmm.
that middle of the group that very competent, but they're not the go-getters. They're more the Indians, and you need them. You don't
Hmm.
need everybody to be a chief. You need those people to be competent and to want to work, but they're only going to give what they have to give, right? And then you have a very low percentage that's maybe 5% that it's a head scratcher. Why are they there? They barely show up to work. They're always in issues. They're getting transferred. It's a hot mess, right? And you're going
Yep.
to have that in this and this guy. It's a combination, right? It's a combination with his ability to articulate, which I know
Right.
people are downplaying that. I received a very interesting email and many DMs about this. A lot of people are saying listen, I totally understand this guy being, you could tell he was a hot mess in terms of his ability to articulate. And when you can't explain what you know, it makes you come off like an idiot, whether
Right.
you're an idiot or not.
Right.
Listen,
No, it's yeah.
as you know, there's a lot of idiots who are very good at explaining what they know nothing about.
Right. And actually, I would add a corollary to my speech is not great either. Like corollary, sometimes it doesn't come out great, you know. Um, so I sympathize with Trooper Paul in that. I'm not super articulate either. Um, I so a corollary to this though would also be there are no idiots. I mean, there are idiots, but when I say there are no geniuses, it's not that there's just mostly regular people in the middle that are competent to one degree or another, but it takes a genius to plan an elaborate conspiracy. And those kind of geniuses are rare. You know what I'm saying? So that to me is what I meant by there's no geniuses. Like there's no arch criminal mind out there. I wouldn't say no, I'm sure somewhere there's something, but it's pretty rare to find. Like, did you ever encounter any arch criminal minds in your career?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, arch criminal minds. And I'll tell you, those are the people that are running the cartels. Those are
Yeah,
arch criminal minds, and they're ruthless. Um, those people are so difficult to figure out. The other criminal minds that were amazing were in the white collar crime realm. Their
right,
ability to manipulate and move money and go undetected and have multiple uh, identities in some cases, and make up entities. And yes, white collar crime, certainly. But when you're talking about, and I think this is what we're narrowing in on, is law enforcement. Look, when you look at local law enforcement, it is a huge percentage, extremely high. I don't have the exact numbers, but I can tell you almost everyone I worked with got into the police force out of high school. Let
hmm.
that sink in.
Is
Out
that
of high
was that a
school.
different you're talking about the FBI, or you mean they went into law
No,
enforcement before?
the bureau is a completely different animal, and that's why
Right.
we've never been able to be combined with ATF or DEA. There were many years where DEA agent, you could be one without a college degree, right out of high
Mhm.
school. Same with
Yeah,
ATF, same with many of the agencies. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I'm just saying let that sink in, that they have
different
no,
standard. Yeah,
well, not only a different standard, but just the education, understanding and studying crime and
right,
criminology, and you know, the psychology of criminology and law, you know,
right.
all of that that you learn with a criminal justice degree or a master's degree in criminal justice or getting a law degree, that was not required. Now it became required in the federal agencies later on. In the bureau, it's always been required. That's why as a FBI agent you started out as what they call a general service GS level 10, whereas
Hmm.
all the other agencies started out as a 7 or below that,
Hmm.
because the education required was so much different. But beyond that, police officers don't have to have that. A lot of them acquire that right when
Hmm.
they get in. They earn an associate's, they earn, you know, degrees, they study. And one of my biggest mentors I ever had, a guy named Dick, I won't say his last name. He was amazing. He was a agent with the Office of Inspector General where I worked before the FBI for a couple of years.
Hmm.
He didn't have any degree, one of the best agents I've ever worked around. He was so good. Just a critical thinker,
Hmm.
and could take a case and and get the evidence put together and present it fabulously. Um,
Like Ian Whiffen testified yesterday. You
yes.
know, in his sphere, super intelligent guy. You know, very competent in his field of data, but doesn't have any degrees.
Yeah, but very competent in what he
Yeah.
does because he does it all day long, every day. I mean, do you want a plumber that has just studied plumbing and never fixed a faucet?
Right.
I'll take a
Right.
guy
Right.
who never has studied plumbing in the formal sense and has fixed 10,000 faucets, you
I
know.
just want to mention too to people in my chat. Tom Fleming has no power at his house, so we're not sure when he'll be back, so please be extra good. And if anybody in chat sees someone that's really particularly causing trouble, a lot of you guys know how to get in touch with me, so send me a private message. I am watching it, but I'm not able to always watch it when I'm talking. So I'm not a genius, so I can't do those two things at the same time.
But back to your point, you're right. Proctor is not some criminal genius.
Right.
Listen, if you look at what Proctor did in this case, that was wrong. It was the fact of how he spoke of Karen Reed when he was talking to his buddies from high school.
Yeah.
I mean, and that's from what I see, from everything we've seen, that's what he did wrong. Furthermore, he did everything with someone. So the small parts of the case that he actually handled firsthand, there was somebody there with him. So, you know, to say this case revolves around him is just inaccurate. He's an administrator, if you will, as the case agent, and he had very little evidence collection that he did in this case at all.
Now the insane theory is that Matt McCabe, because he owns an IT company, somehow manufactured the forensic, the extract on Jen's phone, which would just be incredibly complex to do that. Like as Ian Whiffen testified yesterday, just because you own an IT company does not mean you have the ability to do something like that. Because it's not even clear that Ian Whiffen would be able to do that. Someone who has spent his life in that kind of world. So just because you own an IT company does not mean you've studied forensic data for 10 years and can manufacture something like that. It's not. It's some of these beliefs just aren't even rational. It's almost like saying, "Well, the guy owns a computer, so maybe he's a hacker." It's it doesn't work that way.
But it's like everything in this conspiracy, Kevin, because there's a sewage leak downstairs in the basement that happened months after this event, and they replace the flooring. All of a sudden they're covering up evidence because their dog got in a dog fight with a neighbor's dog, and there were all sorts of issues around that particular situation, and they rehome Chloe to Vermont. Oh, Chloe attacked Officer O'Keefe because they sold their house a year later, and it was on the market before the incident, is my understanding. And they sold it at the height of the market for almost $1 million. That's why they sold it. Like law enforcement still wouldn't be able to get in there. Did you see the rumor going around? Are they starting? Did you see the rumor?
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
That it's Proctor's wife's father-in-law or something like that.
Ms.
That he
Reed,
was my mentor.
are all of the witnesses here, Mr. Jackson?
They are, Your Honor.
I'd like to hear from Dr. Russell first. Are you both prepared to?
Your Honor, I'm so sorry, I could not hear you.
I would like to hear from Dr. Russell first. Is that her name?
Dr. Russell, yes. The order would be, I would propose based on scheduling Dr. Russell, Dr. Wolf, Dr. Racer.
Okay, then that's good, because that's the order I prefer. So, all right. Do you have a CV for her? Good morning. Morning, Tori. Do you have a CV I could look at for her, please?
Let me see if I got it in my notebook. I thought I did. Yes, I do.
And she has not written a report?
She's not.
All right. All right, let's bring her in, please.
Your Honor, before we get started, can I get an understanding? We started to say it at sidebar the other day, and you said you wanted to put that off to get to the witnesses. But I need a little bit of an understanding of what the court's expectations are. My understanding of voir dire, which this seems unusual in terms of the timing of it.
So the understanding of the voir dire is this is for the Commonwealth's motion to exclude this testimony. All right, that's what we're here for, the Rule 14 violation.
Is that the same with Dr. Wolf and Dr. Racer?
Well, I thought that would help both of you. Commonwealth has nothing on that, and you say you haven't been able to even talk to them at all about this case.
That's correct.
So I want to find out if they have any credible, competent evidence to put forward. So we'll have a voir dire on them as well. But
So
for Dr. Russell, what we're doing here today is there's an alleged well, there appears to me to be a violation of the reciprocal discovery obligations of defense counsel regarding Dr. Russell. So let's hear from her today to see what the appropriate remedy is for this violation.
So my intention is to ask her so I have, the court understands my sort of guardrails. My intention is to ask her what her qualifications are. Which is that's the basis for voir dire. And that's where I'm going to stop. I'm not intending to ask her what her opinions are, conclusions. I'm going to ask her if she's come to opinions and conclusions, but I don't want to have to examine her concerning her full opinions or full conclusions, what she's based those conclusions on. It's unfair. We've provided the defense everything that the prosecution, everything that we need to provide to them in terms of disclosure. They've got the equivalent of a report. They've got a summary of what she's going to testify to.
When was that provided? My order was 1 week from the start of trial, right?
But we didn't, Your Honor, in fairness, they didn't even finish their discovery 1 week before the start of trial. So it's a little unfair for us to be put on the same.
1 week from the filing of the certificate of compliance.
Well, I don't know when I can't remember. My co-counsel indication is the day before trial.
Okay.
So during the course of, look, trial is a dynamic thing. During the course of the trial, I did not know who Dr. Marie Russell was at the time that they filed their certificate of compliance. We then attempted to and did give them the reciprocal discovery that we were obligated to do after they filed their certificate of compliance.
When?
Within 3 days of that. We had been giving them information prior to that, but at least within 3 days of that. We've continued, so the record's clear, we've continued to get additional discovery from the Commonwealth in notices of discovery throughout the trial. They have not finished. In fact, during the trial, they interviewed Jen McCabe, apparently, had a full interview with her. Lieutenant Tully took a report, dated the report, and then they held on to that report until after she testified. The interview, the report, and the completion of the report were all done before her testimony.
Do you need to call her again?
Your Honor, that's not my, and I think the court understands, that's not my point. My point is not I need to call Jennifer McCabe back. I've done the damage that needs to be done on Jennifer McCabe. The point is...
I'm sorry, I missed that. You've what?
I've done the damage that needed to be done on Jennifer McCabe. I don't need to call her back. The point is that what's good for the goose is good for the gander. The Commonwealth doesn't get to stand in the position of piecemealing and feeding us information, reports, discovery throughout the course of the trial. And by the way, when we then got seminal information about an expert that we did not know about, never met, never heard of, within 3 days of that, we provide everything that we have about that witness to the Commonwealth. They can't then turn around and say, oh, well, it's all the defense's fault. So we want to have a voir dire, which means that the euphemism for that voir dire is we want to have two bites at the apple.
Okay.
We want to be able to completely cross-examine her, then go back to our expert, and if she testifies, cross-examine her again after consulting with our expert. That's 2 bites at the apple, and that's not fair. If the court wants to hear whether or not Dr. Marie Russell is qualified to testify about the arm injuries, that, I believe, is the parameters, the proper parameters of the voir dire, and that's what I'm prepared to do today. But I wasn't planning on getting into the substance of her testimony because that's been provided. And I don't think Mr. Lally should be able to get into the substance of her testimony because he knows what the substance is because, like I said, that's been provided.
All right, so I disagree. I'm going to hear from the Commonwealth on this. Is it Ms. McLaughlin or Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, just briefly in regard to what counsel was referencing with Ms. McCabe, it was not a full interview by Lieutenant Tully. It was and I don't have it on me at this moment, but I can give the court a copy of that report. But essentially it was Ms. McCabe met with Lieutenant Tully, looked at some video, and was asked a single question. That report wasn't available. I didn't have it until after Ms. McCabe testified, but it was given to counsel prior to Lieutenant Tully testifying, and there were no questions asked of Lieutenant Tully in regard to that. My issue, and you know, I wasn't asking for a voir dire as it proposed to, as it relates to Dr. Russell, is that we first heard of Dr. Russell on May 21st, which was, I think, 6 weeks into trial.
Right, so that's what I asked, and you told me it was 3 days after the beginning of trial, Mr. Jackson.
No, Your Honor, I said this at sidebar the other day, and I just said it again today. I let the Commonwealth and the court know about Dr. Maureen Russell 3 days after I learned about her, which was the 17th of May. I had never, I think it was the 17th of May. I had never heard of her. I didn't know who she was. We made contact. I determined that she would be useful for the jury in terms of specifically the injuries to John O'Keefe's arm. I then had one conversation with her, then immediately, within 3 days of that, turned that information over to the prosecution. So I didn't say that I gave this over 3 days into trial. That's not what I said.
All right, but you were ordered to do it. Ms. Giannetti, what was the date? What, you had 1 week from when?
The day before trial. So it would have been, I believe, April 15th. So what we knew as of that day, we were required to turn over.
All right, I need to take a quick recess.
What? All right.
All right, I need to take a quick recess.
What? All right.
Wow. Tensions are high in the court today.
Kevin, this is a no-brainer. I can't wait to see what the judge decides, but you cannot introduce, there are specific dates for experts. And they knew if they wanted a canine expert or an expert to testify about the injuries on the arm, they've known about the injuries on the arm for months.
Jim, the Commonwealth's motion, the Commonwealth's renewed motion first. Never mind, Jim.
Paper 360.
I've got it, yeah. All right, so the Commonwealth has moved that I exclude the testimony of Dr. Russell based on a violation of the reciprocal discovery obligations of the defense. So I do find that there is a violation of the reciprocal discovery obligations of Rule 14. And I'm quoting from the notes, the importance of this, the reporter's notes to the old rule, and as you all know, we're in the process of updating that rule, but the very integrity of the judicial system and public confidence in the system depend on full disclosure of all the facts within the framework of the rules of evidence. To ensure that justice is done, it is imperative to the function of courts that compulsory process be available for the production of evidence needed either by the prosecution or the defense.
So, what we're here to do today is decide a remedy for this violation. And that's why we're having a voir dire. I am not prohibiting the Commonwealth from anything on their examination of witness Mr. Jackson. The alternative is she doesn't testify. So the Commonwealth has not received the appropriate discovery from this witness. So we're going to have a voir dire, and they can ask her anything that they think they need to ask her. So those are the parameters of this morning.
As long as I know the guardrails, that's fine. Just to close the loop on the record, my understanding, and Ms. Little can probably speak to this more intelligently than I can, but during the middle of trial, there was a witness that we had never heard of, we did not know and didn't have a report for.
Who is that?
Dr. Fowler, F-A-L-L-E-R.
Okay.
If the court remembers, he's buried in the middle of about 75 witnesses. So he testified to alcohol levels, et cetera, and protocols at which institution? At Good Samaritan. And we didn't have that information either. We didn't throw a fit. They said we were going to provide this information in a timely fashion as soon as we know that we're going to call him. He's got to be on our witness list. We didn't know one way or the other what he was going to say. We didn't have a report, and we went on about our business. That's what we were doing as well. And by the way, I would note that the notes and the report under Rule 14 require disclosure of information you have. I just don't want the court to think that we were sitting on information that we didn't turn over.
No, I'm not saying that. It's just, this isn't as if it were something that the Commonwealth brought up and you needed to scramble. This is entirely of the defense position. So,
I understand.
All right, so that's the big difference. So why don't you go ahead and call her?
Okay. May I be excused to call the witness?
Yes.
Medium and we tuck your legs in. Let's go. Doctor, I'm just going to ask that you be mindful to step up. Remain standing, face the front of this wall.
Raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear the evidence given in the court, the case now and here, and true the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Let's take this here.
Good morning.
Slide forward. To the left. Okay.
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up. Speak right into that microphone, doctor, okay?
Yes.
Thank you. All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes. Marie Russell, R-U-S-S-E-L-L.
And I'm going to echo what the court just indicated. The air conditioners are on, so please keep your voice as elevated as possible and maneuver the microphone however you need to, okay?
Okay.
Dr. Russell, what do you do for a living?
I am a retired emergency physician and forensic pathologist.
And tell me what education you have, going all the way back to the beginning, that qualifies you as an emergency physician and former pathologist before you retired.
Okay. Well, I've had about at least 16 years of formal education beyond high school. Initially, I started at MIT, where I did my pre-med courses. I had always wanted to be a physician. And so I went to MIT for a year, took pre-med courses. And then I had an unusual life event in that my mother came down with cancer, and she subsequently passed away. During the time away, so I took some time off from school. During that period of time, I decided to explore another interest of mine, which was law enforcement. And so I took some courses in law enforcement, and I became a full-time police officer here in Massachusetts.
What years were you at MIT?
That was 1972 to 1974.
Did you go to the police academy?
I did. When once I became a police officer here in Massachusetts, I attended the Boston Police Academy where I graduated.
What year was that?
That was in 1977.
During the course of your training as a police officer, did you have any specialized training in hit and run and accidents and investigations?
Yes, I did.
And which agency did you work for as a sworn peace officer?
I worked for the city of Malden full-time for 7 years.
That would be from 1977 to 1984, approximately?
Correct.
During that time, did you continue your education in any way?
I did. So I took as many courses as I could from the Massachusetts Criminal Justice Training Council, which included a course, a several-day course in hit-and-run accident investigation. I took courses in forensic photography and numerous other things. And then, and I also at the same time continued to go to college. And I did that part-time where I eventually got a degree a bachelor's degree of science in psychology with highest honors.
What institution was that from?
That was from Northeastern University.
And that was a Bachelor of Arts in Psychology?
I think it was a Bachelor of Science.
Got it. Subsequent to your Bachelor of Science degree from Northeastern, did you also advance your education further, formally?
Subsequent to, so yes, so I decided that I did want to pursue a medical career. And so I then attended medical school, University of Massachusetts Medical School full-time for 4 years.
Did you ultimately get a degree, an MD degree from UMass?
Yes, a Doctor of Medicine degree in 1987.
So you were there from 1983 to 1987, is that right?
That is correct.
And did you do a residency?
I did 2 residencies, actually. Most people do 1, but I did 2. I did, my first residency was a combined internship and residency for 4 years. And I did that in Los Angeles at Los Angeles County Medical Center, which is a very big trauma center and what I would consider the Bellevue of the West Coast. Very busy.
You say that just because of the volume at USC Medical Center?
That is correct.
Is it one of the busiest medical trauma centers in the country?
Yes.
You were there from 1987 to 1991, is that right?
Yes, I did my ER internship and residency during those years. Yes, there.
During that time, were you seeing patients?
Oh, yes.
You were treating patients?
Lots of them.
You were attending to patients?
I was a trainee, so I was seeing as many patients as we could. There was always a waiting room full of patients, and yeah, so I saw many patients during that time period.
Did you indicated a second residency? Tell me about that.
Okay, so I still realized I had an interest in forensics, and so I decided that I wanted to also train in forensic pathology. So I did a second residency in anatomic pathology, 2 years, followed by forensic pathology fellowship at the Los Angeles County Coroner's Office for 2 years.
And the years, if that's 4 years, that would be from 1991 to 1995, approximately?
That is correct.
Tell me what your experience was as a fellow at the Los Angeles Coroner's Office, Los Angeles County Coroner's Office.
Yes, well, it also was a very busy coroner's office, and so every day there would be cases. I probably did at least 2 cases a day, most days, and plus conferences and educational opportunities. But the interesting thing about being a fellow is they try to give you a wide assortment of cases. So, for instance, I not only saw numerous victims of gunshot violence and stabbings, but I saw numerous victims of motor vehicle accidents and natural death, overdoses. And then if there was an unusual case, it usually went to the fellow, because the fellow was also being supervised. So,
did any of those unusual cases, and we'll get more into this in just a second, but did any of those unusual cases include animal attacks?
Yes.
Did you become a a professor, an educator at any point?
Yes. So during my 29 years at LA County Hospital, during the last 25 of those, I was a assistant professor or an instructor, but mostly an assistant professor. And what that meant is that I was responsible for overseeing the care that was provided by the interns and residents. So when a patient would come in into the hospital, the emergency room, they were oftentimes usually seen by the intern or resident, and then I would go and subsequently see that patient also. So, and that was in addition to my own cases. So I'd see my cases and their cases.
And that was at LAUSC, correct?
That is correct. And
can I ask a quick question?
Yes.
LAUSC, for those of us who are not necessarily familiar with it, is that associated with the University of Southern California Medical Center?
Yes.
That's the school, in other words, the site.
Yes. So it stands for Los Angeles County / University of Southern California Medical Center.
And that's where you were an assistant professor for the majority of the rest of your career?
Correct.
Were you also an assistant or an adjunct professor at Cal State Los Angeles?
Yes.
Okay. For how long were you an adjunct professor there?
I believe that was 4 or 5 years. And I taught criminalistics, forensic medicine there.
As an attending physician in the ER, in other words, a supervising physician in the ER, can you tell us what some of your duties and responsibilities included, especially as it pertains to trauma? And then I'll get more specific in just a second.
Okay. Well, so I would oversee the care of all the patients that came in during a particular shift. And that would include medical patients and trauma patients. And as I mentioned, it was a very busy trauma center. So we had lots of trauma patients, including the types of violence I described earlier that I saw at the coroner's office, but lots of motor vehicle accident victims because there was a highway there right nearby. There were a couple of highways, so a wide variety of accidents.
Did your supervision include assessing, diagnosing, and treating patients?
Correct.
In terms of the middle part of that, diagnosis, was part of your job to determine the cause of injuries or to at least assess the cause of injuries?
Yes, and I took that on a little bit more because I was interested in the forensics aspect of the injuries.
The forensic aspect?
Yes.
Okay. During your time at LAUSC, even after you left the Los Angeles Coroner's Office as a fellow, did you continue to stay in contact with the Coroner's Office and have a relationship with the Coroner's Office as a supervising physician?
I continued to stay in contact with the coroner's office, and I used to attend their conferences as often as I could, not as a supervising physician, but as a physician and a graduate of their program.
During your tenure at LAUSC, did you ever become the director of any programs at LAUSC?
Yes.
Does that include the director of Center for Life Support Training?
Yes.
What years was that, if you remember?
I don't remember that.
Early 2000s, late 90s?
Yes, that sounds about right.
Okay.
And we would conduct lots of courses, including trauma, life support courses.
Did LAUSC incorporate a quality improvement program?
Yes.
Within their institution?
Yes.
Did you become a director of that as well?
Yes.
So you were director of Center for Life Support Training and director of LAUSC Medical Center Quality Improvement, is that right?
The quality improvement was for the emergency department.
All
yes.
Right. And did you also become the director for jail medical services?
Yes.
What is the association between LAUSC and the very, very expansive jail system in Los Angeles County?
So LA County Hospital was unique in that they many, many years ago developed a jail, what they called a jail ward, which was a combined inpatient, outpatient, and ER. So there was a dedicated jail ER. And that has been in existence for probably about 70 years now. And so patients that were placed under arrest by either LA sheriffs, LAPD, California Highway Patrol, or any of the municipal agencies in the area, and I think there were about 70 or more municipal agencies, could bring their patients to the LA County jail ward where the patients would get treatment.
Ultimately, you became the director of that entire program, correct?
Yes.
Did you also work with the State Medical Board of California in any capacity?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
For about 7 years, I worked part-time for the California Medical Board as a physician assigned to one of their enforcement teams. And I did that 1 day a week, and I did my other job at the county hospital the other 40 hours a week.
So you didn't take off time from your duties as an ER physician, as an emergency physician. This was in addition to you being an emergency physician.
That is correct.
Did you hold the title of Chief Medical Executive for the California State Prison System, specifically at Corcoran?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
So I retired from LA County Hospital, and I went on to move on to the the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation.
And what year was that? Did you make that transition?
So 2018 is when I started for the state prison system.
Okay.
And I worked there for 5 years as director of their medical service in Corcoran.
I'm sorry. So for that prison, within that system, you were the chief medical executive for the entire agency, correct?
That is correct.
All right.
For the entire prison.
Understood. Are you board certified in emergency medicine?
Yes.
Are you a member of the National Association of Medical Examiners?
Yes.
Are you a member of the American Academy of Forensic Science?
Yes.
Do you have any publications in the area? And I'm going to be very specific because you've been relatively widely published. Is that right?
Some people would say yes. Some people would say no.
More than a couple of publications.
Correct.
And peer-reviewed journals, correct?
Yes.
I want to focus your attention on animal injuries. Have you been published in the area of animal injuries specifically?
Yes.
Do you recall those publications?
Yes, they had to do with law enforcement dog bites.
Did you draft an article or co-author an article called Managing Law Enforcement Dog Bites in the ER?
Yes, I was a co-author.
1996?
Sounds right.
And that was a peer-reviewed article?
Yes.
Ultimately published?
Yes.
And ultimately available to be cited by other doctors and studied by other doctors, correct?
Correct.
Did you also author or co-author an article entitled Law Enforcement Canine Dog Bites, Injuries, Complications, and Trends?
Yes, I did.
Was that in 1997?
Sounds right.
Was that also peer-reviewed?
Yes.
And that publication was also available for other physicians throughout California and throughout the country to refer to for the study of animal bites and dog bites, correct?
Dog bites, yes.
Dog bites. Concerning animal injuries, during the course of your professional experience, how many patients have you seen, diagnosed, and or treated with animal injuries, including dog bites and scratches, if you had to estimate?
Many hundreds.
Would you say it's over or under 1,000?
I would say it's over 500. I don't know because we didn't keep really good records back in the earlier days.
But it's safe to say you've seen hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of dog bites and scratches.
Yes, in my 29 years at LA County Hospital, yes. And my dog bites I took care of and dog bites that the residents took care of, yes.
And you've even published articles and studied, not just seen them, but studied dog bites and dog wounds, correct?
Yes.
Have you qualified as an expert previously in other courts as in emergency medicine?
Yes.
Have you qualified as an expert in other courts in forensic pathology and wounds?
Yes.
Has that been in both state and federal court?
Yes.
Doctor, were you asked to review certain materials related to this case?
Yes.
And that was in furtherance of coming to, if you could, come to an opinion or a conclusion about injuries to the victim in this case, a person by the name of John O'Keefe.
Yes.
What did you review in anticipation of your determining whether or not you could come to an opinion or a conclusion?
So I reviewed hospital photographs, autopsy photographs, an autopsy report, grand jury testimony from the medical examiner in this case. There may be some other
Based on
items.
I just want to ask about that. Do you have notes with you as to what you reviewed?
No.
Okay, so when you say there might be other, you don't.
Well, if
If he tells you what you reviewed, you'd know it.
I would recognize it.
All right, but I want to hear it from you. You
Oh, I
you
see.
don't know of anything else
Okay.
that you've reviewed?
This is sort of important, Mr. Jackson.
Okay.
Can you think of anything else, Doctor,
So
besides
autopsy.
these?
Autopsy photographs, autopsy report, neuropathology report, toxicology report, and the grand jury testimony.
Okay, so as you recall, the items that you reviewed include an autopsy report by Dr. Scortibello, correct?
Yes,
A neuropathology report by a doctor named Stonebridge, correct?
yes,
Toxicological reports associated with the autopsy,
yes,
grand jury transcripts from Dr. Scortibello,
yes.
photographs of evidence items, including a gray sweatshirt,
Oh, yes, yes,
and autopsy photos that were taken attendant to the actual autopsy.
yes, and photographs that were taken in the hospital, and I reviewed the hospital ER record also.
So in addition to what you just listed, there's also hospital photos separate and apart from the autopsy photos, is that correct?
Yes,
And those hospital photos showed the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, is that right?
yes,
And you also reviewed emergency room records that are attendant to his initial acceptance into the emergency room on January 29th, 2022, correct?
that's correct.
Based on your review of all of those materials, were you able to confidently come to any conclusions or opinions about the nature of the injuries suffered by John O'Keefe, specifically as they relate to John O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes.
What is your opinion and conclusion concerning those injuries?
Those injuries appear to be consistent with an animal attack.
Can you be more specific in terms of the type of animal, or are you relegated to simply an animal attack?
Well, they are consistent with a large dog attack. There's a combination of both what I consider bite wounds and scratch wounds on the arm. There were also some puncture wounds in that shirt.
And are the
So I'm sorry, puncture wounds in the shirt?
Puncture holes in the shirt.
And on what do you base the opinion that the injuries are consistent with dog bite or scratch marks?
Well, the patterns. There are several patterns of parallel wounds that appear to be superficial scratches that could have been caused by nails or could have been caused by teeth. There are different angles on the arm and different locations on the arm, and but they're generally oriented in a specific direction. And there's also an area, the distal forearm, which is close to the wrist, which shows what I believe is an arch area of teeth marks.
And what's the significance of the arch area?
Well, so the arch would be the front area of the jaw of the animal, or the dog in this case, where the teeth tend to be close together and curved. There's a curved pattern to the configuration of the teeth.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Doctor, I want to show you a series of photographs. May I approach you on it?
Yes.
First, can you describe whether or not you recognize what's depicted in that photograph? Have you seen that photograph before?
Yes, I have.
Is that part of what you reviewed in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
What is that a photograph of?
So this is a photograph of the decedent's arm near the elbow. And do you want me to describe what it shows?
Just briefly.
Okay.
Of what
Yeah, and it shows wounds.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask that that be marked as next in order of evidence.
All right, so for this voir dire, we'll have separate evidence, right? Is this an exhibit number in the trial already?
It has not been marked yet, so I'm fine with starting over, sort of for the purposes of the voir dire process. How
So this will be a separate voir dire with separate exhibit, yes.
So it's going to be exhibit 1?
Yes.
Your Honor, I want to move this along. This has been marked, but I think...
Hold on. Okay.
I'm so sorry.
No, go ahead.
This one of the three has already been marked, but if, just for consistency, I'd rather mark it additionally for voir dire. Yes.
You need a separate record for the voir dire.
May I approach?
Yes.
This one's already been marked, but I'll remark it.
And if you'd tell me the exhibit numbers that they are. So you're putting these in now? There's no objection, Mr. Lally?
For purposes of this, no.
Okay. So we'll mark these now, but
May I approach?
yes.
The one with the label 2858 on the bottom has previously been marked in the trial. I would ask that this be marked as the next in order for the voir dire.
But what I want is the exhibit number at the trial.
I'll get that for you. I believe it's exhibit 19.
Okay?
Is that 19? That's correct. It's 19.
Okay? And is the third one also in evidence, you said?
2 of the 3 have not been marked. I'll as soon as that court report is ready.
She's ready.
I'm ready. May I just establish the foundation?
Yes.
The following 2 photographs that I just showed you, Doctor, do you recognize those?
Yes.
Did you also review those in terms of, in furtherance of coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
Do they also appear to be different photographs of John O'Keefe's arm?
Yes.
I would move for the admission of both of those, Your Honor, for purposes of voir dire.
There's been no objection to them, so they're in. They're already marked.
I just need to know which one's 2 and which one's 3. May I approach?
Yes.
Okay, that's. With court permission, may I publish
Yes.
Exhibit 2 for voir dire?
Yes.
Is this a photograph of of John O'Keefe's arm?
Yes.
Is this one of the several photographs that you reviewed in coming to your opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about this. There should be a laser pointer on the desk.
Oh, okay.
Can you explain for the jurors what it is about the injuries that assisted you in coming to your opinion and conclusion that this is from an animal attack?
Okay, there's several patterns here. So, for instance, let's look here, right near the elbow, the exterior part of the elbow. There's these two linear marks, which appear to be from upper teeth, and two punctures below those, which are superficial, meaning they didn't go very deep into the skin, but they appear from the lower teeth. So that's one pattern. There's another pattern close to the shoulder, which shows parallel marks, these two, and maybe a third one in the middle, parallel marks that are oriented at a certain angle. And these are superficial wounds, which are consistent with teeth marks. They also could be possibly consistent with nail marks, but
With what?
nails from
Claw.
claw, yes.
All right.
We have some more here, similar from obviously different teeth involved or different claws, and then down here, closer to the wrist, we have an unusual pattern of at least 4 striations, the way I see it, at least 4 striations that I believe are caused from the teeth towards the front of the mouth, near the arch. It appears that there's an arch pattern here. So,
in a dog attack or in an animal attack, in your experience, and we can take this one down. Let's cover the ground on the 3 exhibits that we've already marked. Can we take a look at Exhibit 1? Is this just may I publish, Your Honor? Yes. I apologize. Is this just a close-up of the same injuries?
yes.
And do these appear to be consistent with what you just testified to in terms of either teeth or claw marks, especially as it relates to the area closest to the elbow?
Yes.
All right. And then looking at Exhibit 3. May I publish?
Yes.
Is this a close-up view of the area closer to the wrist that indicated those parallel, you used the word striations?
Yes.
All right, and these appear to be taken, attendant to the autopsy, as opposed to the other photograph, Exhibit 2, that was taken in the hospital. Is that right?
That is correct.
All right. And would the time difference account for the slight change in the nature of the wound?
It could.
Photograph of the wound, I guess?
It could, or different technique, yes.
Okay. Let me take these down. Did you take into consideration the lack, in coming to your opinion and conclusion, the lack of other injuries, for instance, fractures, broken bones, or deep bruising, soft tissue injuries?
Oh, yes.
How did that play into your opinion?
Well, so of course I considered, what else could have caused these wounds, before coming to my conclusion. And so I wanted to rule out other things, and there were no significant major bodily injuries outside the head. There was nothing. There were no fractures of the long bones, the chest, the pelvis, the arms. So yeah. So having seen hundreds and hundreds of car accident victims and people hit by cars, I ruled that out very quickly.
Okay. And in terms of the injuries that you did see, especially as they're attendant to the arm, based on everything that we've discussed today, is it your opinion, based on a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that those injuries are consistent with an animal attack as opposed to a motor vehicular pedestrian incident?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Let me take you back to, you were talking about some police training that you had received when you were in the academy or while you were working with the police department here in Massachusetts. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, what kind of training what did that training consist of?
Well, I attended and graduated from the Standard Police Academy at that time. And then I took additional courses that were offered from the Massachusetts Criminal Justice Training Council. And these were taught generally by experts in their fields, and they were on a variety of subjects that are listed in, in my CV, included, the hit and run accident investigation, forensic.
There just for a minute, ma'am. Doctor, in reference to your training as it pertains to hit and run accidents, what did that training consist of?
Oh, well, mechanisms of how accidents occur, mechanisms of how to determine, what vehicle was involved in an accident. I don't, it was a long time ago, but yeah. So determining if people were struck by vehicles, what vehicle was involved, or if there was auto versus auto accident, what vehicles were involved.
And I don't mean to belittle this training whatsoever, but is it fair to say that that was relatively rudimentary training that you received in the academy?
Probably. I would not, yes, okay, probably. If
You don't have any training in crash reconstruction or anything like that, correct?
That is correct.
And am I correct in you indicated that you're board certified in emergency medicine, is that right?
That's correct.
And so you're not board certified in forensic pathology or anatomical pathology or any kind of pathology?
That's correct.
And the last time that you worked as a coroner, when was that?
Last time was in 1995 when I was doing autopsies for the coroner's office. I have since, though, consulted on some cases from the LA coroner's office.
What, about 30 years ago? Is that about right?
For autopsy, yes.
Now, have you ever testified in a case in which either Mr. Jackson or Attorney Little were counsel?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And when was it that you first were contacted in reference to this case?
The first contact was May 15th.
May 15th of what year?
May 17th, excuse me, of this year, 2024. Yes.
And you went through a list of things that you were provided and you reviewed, and you mentioned hospital photos, correct?
Yes.
Autopsy photos, is that correct?
Yes.
An autopsy report, is that correct?
Yes.
Grand jury testimony from the medical examiner, is that correct?
Yes.
A neuropathology report, is that correct?
Yes.
A toxicology report, is that correct?
Yes.
And then I think you also remembered some photos of some clothing items, is that correct as well?
Yes, a shirt. And
anything else?
Yeah, hospital ER record.
Hospital ER records.
Yeah, yes.
Anything else that you can think of?
No.
Did you ask for anything else to review?
No.
Were you told of any other material that was available for your review that you weren't then given?
Well, I requested that that I focus in on the wounds, so I didn't ask for a lot of material in this case.
But fair to say that you were looking for anything and everything, material to the wounds that you were asked to look at, correct?
Please say that again.
Sure. Fair to say that you would want to look at anything and everything that was related to the wounds that you were asked to look at, correct?
Yes.
And so, did you make any specific requests as to what material you were provided, or were you just handed some material or forwarded some material and you looked at what you were given?
No, I requested that I have the autopsy photographs, the ER records, the ER photographs. I requested those.
Now, you mentioned some articles that you had written that were published back in 1996 and 1997 related to dog bites. Is that right?
Yes.
Are those publicly available articles?
Yes.
And in those articles that you wrote, you were talking about law enforcement bites, correct?
Yes.
So law enforcement canine bites typically involve what people call sort of a bite and hold technique. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
So is there a difference between, through your experience and the hundreds of dog bites that you've seen, is there a difference between what you would observe from a dog bite from a law enforcement canine versus just your domesticated dog?
Well, yes. Now, the study, one of those studies was over 700 dog bite wounds, and there were two techniques used at that time: bite and hold, and later on bark and hold, or bark and bark and alert, or something of that nature. So there are different techniques, but yes, to specifically answer that question, which was, are they generally different from regular domestic dog bites? Yes.
Now, did you write a report in regard to your opinion that you testified to here today?
No.
Why not?
I don't think there was much time, and I didn't know if I was going to be actually testifying.
How long would it take you to write a report?
I wasn't asked to write a report, excuse me.
Were you asked specifically not to write a report?
No.
Now, at any point in time, did you ever look at anything related to Mr. O'Keefe's head injury?
Oh, yes.
So you reviewed reports in relation to that, correct?
Yes.
Do you have any opinions as it pertains to that?
I would rather defer to the pathologist and neuropathologist on that.
So who contacted you about this case?
I contacted a district attorney that I had worked with in the past. We were discussing a different case, a case that I autopsied in 1995. And I mentioned that I heard that there was a case in Massachusetts that might have been being handled by one of his colleagues, his former colleagues, and that there was an issue of whether something was a dog bite, and that I might be able to help in that case, to clarify.
And so when you were provided this material, what is it that you were specifically asked to do?
To look at the wounds and the reports and the materials that were sent to me and render an opinion.
And so before you had even been provided any material, before you had even looked at anything, you had already heard information related to there being a dog bite involved in this case, correct?
I had heard that there was a controversy, that there's some certain wounds could have been a dog bite versus perhaps inflicted by a motor vehicle. That's what I had heard.
So, ma'am, what I'm really trying to get at, doctor, is sort of the timeline. Okay, so you hear about this. When was that?
Sometime just before May 17th.
So sometime just prior to that, you hear about some controversy in a case in Massachusetts involving a dog bite. On May 17th, you get reached out to by who specifically?
His name is John Lewin. He's an attorney in the LA District Attorney's Office.
And then who did you talk to after that?
I reached out to him. I said I might be able to clarify. And then he reached out to Mr. Jackson, I believe, and then Mr. Jackson contacted me.
And not asking specifically anything you spoke about, but at some point the discussion came specifically to dog bites, correct?
He sent me the materials. He asked me my opinion.
Mentioned the materials, asked you your opinion. When did you provide that opinion?
Probably the next day. Yes, I know it was the next day.
So the very next day, on May 18th, you provided an opinion?
Yes.
And was that opinion provided in a written fashion, orally? How was that provided?
Orally.
So you reached out to someone shortly before May 17th, spoke to Mr. Jackson on the 17th, received all the material, and then had an opinion by May 18th.
Yes.
But you didn't write any of that down?
No.
Now, beyond the materials that you were provided, what else were you told about the case?
was told that the victim was a police officer. The decedent is a police officer. I was told that the defendant had been charged, and I was told that that there was a controversy about whether or not these injuries had been caused by motor vehicle. And I was also told, and I read in the medical record, that the decedent was found outdoors, I believe in the snow, and hypothermic.
Now, in regard to what you reviewed, you didn't review any investigative reports, is that correct?
That is correct.
You didn't review any witness statements, is that correct?
That's correct.
You didn't review any lab reports as far as from the forensic lab or anything like that?
I reviewed the toxicology report.
Beyond that, any other?
If it was part of the autopsy report, I reviewed it.
You reviewed everything attendant to the medical examiner's file, is that correct?
Yes.
Nothing from the lab beyond that?
I don't believe I did.
Now, this first instance when you say you heard about it, how did you hear about it?
Well, I believe it was via a headline that I received in my email from the Boston Globe headline. You know, it was some kind of there was some kind of interesting case, and I got it as an email, and I looked into it.
And when was that?
Well, that was that week in May. That just a few days before May 17th.
You subscribed to the Boston Globe online?
I did at that time. I have not renewed it.
How long had you been a subscriber to the Boston Globe?
I'm going to allow it.
Probably a year or 6 months, 6 months to a year.
There was never any headlines or anything else that you saw about this prior to that week just before May 17th?
Not that I paid attention to.
I have nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. Jackson?
Nothing further.
All right, so since this is a voir dire, I get to ask questions, Doctor? So
Oh, yes,
I
okay.
just have a couple of questions for you. I don't think I really heard you. So could you tell me again what your opinion is and to what degree you hold that opinion?
Yes. These injuries in the arm are, my opinion is that they are the result of animal bites or scratches.
And do you know what kind of animal?
Oh, yes, most likely dog, large dog. And I'm very reasonable, very sure to, what's the word I want? Medical certainty, very
All right, so
high degree of medical certainty.
Reasonable degree of medical certainty.
Yes, definitely.
Okay, and another question. So I received information that you also viewed all reports associated with Chloe, a dog's prior bite history. Did you review those?
No, I don't recall ever seeing anything like that.
You also reviewed the UC Davis DNA testing results submission forms?
No, I don't recall seeing them.
Okay, any follow-up, any questions based on my questions?
Not for the Commonwealth, no.
No, Your Honor.
All right, you are all set, Doctor. I don't know yet whether you'll be testifying.
Okay.
We'll try and let you know. You're going to be around for a few days?
No.
Okay, we'll let you know as soon as we can, okay?
Okay. Okay. All right, thank you.
So I would like to hear argument on this witness before we hear the other witnesses. So, and Ms. Giannetti, I asked you the other day whether she reached out to you or you reached out to her, and you said there was an intermediary. But my concern was whether she came out of nowhere and reached out about this case, and that seems to sort of...
It wasn't Ms. Giannetti, it was me.
Okay. All right. So the question I asked was answered pretty much by this witness, whether she saw something and decided she wanted to come forward. All right, it's the Commonwealth's motion. What are you asking me to do? Again, I found a violation of Rule 14. And there are two concerns here, the competency of the witness's testimony, how much she can testify to, whether she should testify at all. What is it you're asking me, Mr. Lally?
Your Honor, I'm asking that the witness be excluded from testifying at the trial for the violation of Rule 14. Specifically, I believe it's Rule 14A6. This is a witness, as the court picked up on, that reached out, albeit through an intermediary, with reference to just sort of discovering or coming upon this case in several weeks into the trial. It is concerning given the fact that the witness represented that she had a subscription to the Globe Online, received word of this, and the first time that she had ever seen it or it had grabbed her attention was in that first week of May when, as the court is well aware, there's been widespread media coverage, particularly through the Boston Globe, for years at this point. The limitations of the testimony, it's also concerning because the disclosure from counsel indicated, again, as the court had noted, I didn't want to get into too much as far as for purposes of this voir dire, but there was additional material that was indicated in the disclosure that the witness had reviewed, including the UC Davis related to the canine DNA or the lack thereof, as well as, forgive me, the dog bite history of that specific dog, which also, I would note for the court, includes photographs of what a dog bite from that specific dog looks like. And that specifically apparently was not provided to this witness, who's then opining on, inferably at least, that that dog was the cause of these particular injuries. However, was not shown specifically anything to do with that bite history as far as by way of reports or photographs. So that juxtaposed or coupled with the immensely late disclosure. I mean, we're talking about at least the 6th week of trial by the time this witness is even mentioned, not on the defendant's witness list, not mentioned at any point in time during the pendency of the case, and then sort of pops up in the middle of May, and to the point that the limited amount of material or information that's provided by counsel as far as disclosure opinion doesn't come until today. So for all those reasons, Your Honor, the Commonwealth is requesting that her testimony in its entirety be excluded from this trial.
Jackson?
Your Honor, exclusion is the highest form of punishment. It's the highest form of sanction that the court has available to it. Just to put a fine point on it, it is a dire remedy. And I know the court has mentioned 2 or 3 times, I'm finding a violation of Rule 14. That sounds as if the court is suggesting or has inferred that we did something wrong. We didn't do anything wrong. As the court learned, I didn't reach out to her. She reached out and said, hey, look, I've got some experience with this.
I asked you that the other day, though, and I was told that you reached out to her through an intermediary. I wasn't told she reached out to you through an intermediary.
I don't know that there's a difference. I mean,
What I was trying to get at, is this somebody who read about this case and said, you know, I want to be part of that? That's what I was trying to get at. I think it was pretty clear, Mr. Jackson. Go ahead, continue with your argument.
okay, I did not misrepresent anything to the court.
I didn't say that.
I take offense at the court's tone that yes, you did say that. You just said that. You said,
Okay.
I just heard the testimony, and it's not what I said the other day. I know a person in Los Angeles DA's office. I received a text message from that person saying there's someone who reached out to me who said I might be able to elucidate on this controversy concerning the dog bites. I then reached out to her. So when you asked me who reached out to whom, I reached out to her through an intermediary, my friend in the DA's office back in Los Angeles County.
So maybe it wasn't clear what I was looking for. I think it was clear. But go ahead, continue with your argument on this.
My point is, Rule 14 requires a sanction if, in fact, the attorney has done something wrong. In other words, it connotes the idea that we're doing something by actively hiding evidence or holding back evidence or not providing evidence that you know you're going to use at some point in an effort to take a tactical advantage. And the sanction for that is exclusion. I've never met this woman. First time I laid eyes on her was during the process after she flew out here to engage this voir dire process. She indicated I could potentially provide some information about this controversy concerning dog bites. I then sent her materials. I talked to her. I sent her materials. I found her to be incredibly credible. I found her to be experienced. And I found her to be knowledgeable in this very specific area, which is rare. There's not that many people who have published, doctors who have published in the area of dog bites specifically. So I thought it makes sense for me to reach out to her and talk to her, which is exactly what we did. And within a couple of days, literally, you could almost count it by the hours of me receiving her information, we then had a discussion amongst ourselves. Is this somebody that we want to then present on the defense side, on the defense case, and we turned the information over to Mr. Lally. I understand that it was well into the trial, but that's not a fault of ours, and I don't think the sanction of exclusion is necessary or appropriate to punish Ms. Reed from having an experienced witness testify in rebuttal to ultimately what Dr. Scortibello and the Commonwealth is going to present in their case in chief. That's what she's going to do. She's going to present contrary evidence or an alternative theory of where those injuries came from to a person. Everybody on the Commonwealth side who can elucidate about this has said those injuries come from a tail light, including Mr. Paul yesterday. We have contrary evidence, and Ms. Reed should be entitled to present that evidence, even though it came late. It didn't come late by any fault of ours, and I don't believe that the Commonwealth has made out a prejudice that they can't overcome. It's late. Obviously, Mr. Lally is a skilled lawyer. There's nothing to say that he can't or hasn't been able to prepare for the cross-examination or for an examination in front of the jury, and I just don't think exclusion is appropriate.
All right, so the second part of this argument, and I'll start with the Commonwealth first. So in your motion to exclude, you also raise Daubert-type concerns. So, Mr. Lally, is there portions, if I permit her to testify, are there portions, focus specifically on the part of her opinion where she says, I guess the defense expects her to be able to say she will testify that these injuries are inconsistent with having been struck by a vehicle, road rash, or scratches from broken glass or taillight material. I think you have an uphill battle on that part, Mr. Jackson. The Commonwealth, what are you saying? If she testifies, what should she be able to testify to? And don't just say nothing. I want some input.
No. If the court were permitted to the doctor to testify, Your Honor, what I would submit would be permissible testimony from a legal standpoint, as some factual questions in regard to that. But from a legal standpoint, I think the court could permit her to testify as to the injuries that she observed, her work in history in that area, observing prior injuries related to animal attacks and whatever consistency she believes that they have with that. I do not think it would be proper to allow this witness to testify or opine anything about the inconsistency with regard to pedestrian injuries. I don't think any proper foundation has been laid for there, whether it be through experiential knowledge in relation to that, or any sort of specialized training or knowledge, or anything to do with that. Anything from a forensic pathology or anatomical pathology perspective, I think should also be out of bounds and excluded with regard to this witness. She's certainly a very experienced emergency room physician. So anything in relation to that, I think it's permissible, but as far as the experience when it comes to motor vehicle crashes or pedestrian crashes, of which the court is well aware, there are a litany of different types of interactions a pedestrian can have with a motor vehicle in a collision sequence, and simply saying, well, there was no injuries to the leg, so it couldn't have been a motor vehicle collision is just plain wrong, and not backed up by science or anything else that this witness can testify to from the very limited experience she has in that realm. So if the witness were able or permitted by the court to testify, I would submit that her testimony should be relegated to simply what, if any, opinions, her experience, obviously, and then what, if any, opinions she draws with regard to the causation of the injuries on the right arm, as it pertains to consistency there. But I venture to guess that it's likely that those are probably also going to be, in her opinion, consistent with many other causes beyond that, if she's being reasonable.
All right, Mr. Jackson?
I'll submit, Your Honor. I have no issue with, like I said, I'll submit, I'm not submitting. I have no issue with limiting her testimony to the animal attack issue, the dog attack issue. I didn't, as the court noted, I didn't spend any time. I think I may have asked one question that's consistent with the motor vehicle incident. I have no problem if the court wants to limit her testimony to the dog bite aspect and not the motor vehicle aspect. I wasn't planning on going into that aspect anyway, because I've got another pathologist who's going to do exactly that.
But you did go through it with her, and it's on your disclosure.
It is, but I have no problem editing.
So why is it on the disclosure, or where the Commonwealth turned over, that she viewed all reports associated with Chloe's bite history in the UC Davis DNA testing? Why is that in there?
Because we sit that in a Dropbox. We sit everything in a Dropbox, and I assumed that she reviewed it. She must not have seen it or opened it or reviewed it. I didn't know. But that's what was sent to her. Everything that's in the disclosure is what was sent to her.
All right. If she's permitted to testify, you led her through quite a bit today. You won't be able to. I mean, she struggled with to what degree of certainty she held an opinion. She struggled to what she viewed. She didn't write a report. I have to consider all of these things too, as the gatekeeper, as to whether she can actually assist the jury. So I'm not deciding this right here. Mr. Lally, if I do permit her to testify, I will give you time to absorb this testimony and to find an expert in rebuttal for this. How long might something like that take?
Not terribly long, Your Honor. As far as preparation, I can't give an exact time frame on that. As far as a rebuttal witness, I'd say a week at the most.
A week from today?
Yes.
Why don't you start looking at least? All right, well, I decide I won't know until Thursday.
Sure.
All right. All right, anything else on this witness?
Submitted, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, next witness, please.
With regard to Dr. Wolf and Dr. Rentschler, this is a different scenario, and I'm presuming that the court is asking for a year on their qualifications.
Well, I want to know who did what. I want to know, they say we. I want to know who did what.
So is the court suggesting that I go through their entire testimony of exactly what they did, their testing, their opinions, conclusions, the bases of their opinions, conclusions?
However you want to do it, Mr. Jackson, we're here today on the Commonwealth's motion.
I realize that, but it's not the Commonwealth's motion to depose our experts. The Commonwealth's motion is they're not qualified as accident reconstructionists. I don't need to go, and I'm not inclined to give them a free bite at the apple to cross-examine these witnesses twice on the basis of their opinion. I will go through, I think, to the court's satisfaction. I don't think it's going to take long to figure out that they're extraordinarily qualified to render opinions. but I don't think it's incumbent upon me to walk through their entire testimony and give the Commonwealth a free bite at the apple like it's a deposition.
Whatever you want to do. I'm not telling you what to do. Whatever you want to do.
Would you like, please? Be mindful of the step. Ask to remain standing. Face the clerk to be sworn.
You solemnly swear to be able to give the court the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Hold the seat and just speak very loudly into the microphone.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Daniel Wolfe, last name spelled W-O-L-F-E.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I am the director of accident reconstruction at a company known as ARCA, A-R-C-C-A.
And tell us a little bit about ARCA. If you could explain to the court what ARCA is and what its primary mission is.
So ARCA is a forensic consulting engineering company. We have a variety of disciplines that include biomechanics, failure analysis, human factors, premise liability, crashworthiness, and accident reconstruction.
You said that you were the current director of accident reconstruction, correct?
That is correct.
Is that a specialty of ARCA specifically?
Yes, sir.
And what sort of contracts does ARCA routinely engage in?
We typically work for law firms, insurance carriers.
What about other clientele? For instance, maybe it's an insurance carrier or a law firm, but what about the ultimate client, the military, Department of Defense? Have you contracted with other entities or agencies, sporting agencies?
Certainly, yes. We've done research for the military. We do player safety for the NHL. So yes, we are involved in a number of research projects as well.
And in terms of ARCA and its commissions and consultation, is it known both nationally and internationally? Is it recognized as a leader in the area of accident reconstruction?
Yes.
As the director of accident reconstruction, do you specialize in not only accident reconstruction, but human factors as well?
Yes, sir.
Can you give me a synopsis of the professional discipline of accident reconstruction? What is accident reconstruction?
Well, I think that's a very broad topic. I look at the cases that come across my desk. You know, I've been involved with pedestrian impacts, and that can be pedestrians hitting the side of vehicles, fronts, backs, getting run over by vehicles, being struck by a vehicle, then projected into another vehicle. I've dealt with your simple fender bender collisions. I've dealt with collisions that involve 60-car pileups on a highway. So again, accident reconstruction in terms of the scope for a case, it can really vary case to case depending on the facts and circumstances of that case.
And when you say dealt with, are you talking about literally going into, from an engineering and a scientific standpoint, trying to reconstruct what happened, what the causal effects were of that accident, and what the results were, the resultant damage or injuries were?
Absolutely.
What about human factors? What does that discipline entail? What is human factors?
Well, to give you an example of that, so I do a lot of nighttime visibility work where, for instance, let's say a pedestrian's coming out onto the roadway at night. Maybe it's not a lit roadway and you're relying on your vehicle headlights to illuminate that pedestrian. So it's determining when would a driver recognize that individual on the roadway based upon the headlights, if there is any artificial lighting, their clothing. And then we look at how do drivers respond based upon that scenario that they're presented with. So we know that response times are different depending on the hazard that's presented to them. So if it's a pedestrian coming to the roadway, it's a vehicle stopping in front of you. So that's the application of human factors.
And that might include everything from passenger vehicles, commercial vehicles, bicycle issues, motorcycle issues, things of that nature.
Yes, sir.
Okay. What education, training, and background qualifies you to perform the duties that you just described as director of accident reconstruction at ARCA?
In terms of my educational background, I received a Bachelor of Science in Engineering from James Madison University back in 2012, along with a minor in mathematics. Some of my coursework while at James Madison Included courses in physics, statics, dynamics, kinematics, material science, and your typical engineering sciences. Subsequent to my undergraduate degree, I then went on to the University of Delaware to pursue my PhD in electrical and computer engineering with a concentration in electromagnetics and photonics.
Did your research area also include physics, in addition to electromagnetics?
Yes, sir.
Optics?
Yes, sir.
Photonics?
Yes, sir.
And lighting?
Correct.
Are you accredited as a traffic accident reconstructionist?
Yes, sir.
By whom?
By an organization known as ACTAR, which is the Accreditation Commission for Traffic Accident Reconstructionists.
Are you trained in photogrammetry to determine vehicle crash and map scene evidence from photographs?
Yes, sir.
In other words, looking at a photograph rather than being at the scene, that is a specialty or a specific area of training that you've engaged, correct?
Yes, sir.
Are you trained in Bosch crash data retrieval analysis?
Yes, sir.
Otherwise known as CDR analysis, right?
Correct.
In terms of professional associations and accreditations, are you certified by the Society of Automotive Engineers?
Yes, I'm a member of that organization.
What about being a member of Optical Society of America?
Yes, sir.
Illuminating Engineering Society?
Yes, sir.
And finally, the National Association of Professional Accident Reconstruction Specialists?
Yes, sir.
You're accredited by all of those organizations, is that right?
I'm a member of all of those, yes, sir.
Have you authored peer-reviewed articles in the area that we've just discussed?
I've authored a number of papers in the field of physics, and one of my most recent publications was that dealing with Toyota and Lexus vehicle control history records.
In 2021, did you author or co-author a peer-reviewed article known as Collision, the International Compendium for Crash Research Dealing with Vehicle Control History and Braking Issues?
Yes, sir.
Have you qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of accident reconstruction?
Yes, sir.
Importantly, were you hired by the defense in this case?
No, sir.
Before this morning, when you walked into court, have you and I ever met face-to-face?
No, sir.
In terms of the commission that you were asked to undertake in this case, that have anything to do with the defense?
No, sir.
That have anything to do with the Commonwealth?
No, sir.
So a third-party agency hired you and commissioned you, or ARCA, with the responsibility of doing an accident reconstruction in this case, correct?
Correct.
The person to my left, the female to my left sitting here, you ever seen her before?
Nope.
Do you know who she is?
Yes.
How many times have you been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of accident reconstruction?
I think that's around 20 times to date.
In both federal and state court?
Just state court.
Multiple states?
Yes, sir.
Your analysis, conclusions, and opinions are completely independent, whatever they are. Those analysis, conclusions, and opinions in this case are completely independent of the defense and of the Commonwealth. Have I got that right?
It's based on the evidence. That's correct.
And you're not paid by either side here in this courtroom?
Correct.
You and your team were asked to undertake a review for purposes of accident reconstruction of the case that's now pending before the court. Is that right?
That's correct.
Who at ARCA was assigned to the team who ultimately would undertake that analysis?
So it was myself, Dr. Andrew Rentschler, and Scott Klein.
Scott Klein has a Master of Science, is that right?
I believe he's got a Bachelor of Science in Mechanical Engineering, yes.
In engineering?
Correct.
All right. And Dr. Rentschler is a PhD in what area?
Biomechanical engineering.
Were you provided and did you review certain materials in furtherance of your consultation in this matter?
Yes, sir.
I can have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I'd like to use my time efficiently, Doctor. I'm going to read through a number of materials that you reviewed. Before I do that, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I just want you to take a look at the first 2 pages of that document and tell me if you recognize that.
Yes, sir.
What is that? What are those 2 pages?
These are the first 2 pages from the report that ARCA issued in regards to this matter.
Do you see a list of 14 items on those 2 pages?
Yes, sir.
Is that an accurate reflection of the items that you were provided by this other agency to review in terms of coming to your opinions and conclusions concerning this case?
Yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Those items include the Norfolk SPDU homicide death report, correct?
Correct.
The Commonwealth of Massachusetts Department of State Police crime scene report, correct?
Correct.
The OCME dispatch removal report, correct?
Correct.
Photographs of the incident location,
Correct.
videos of the incident location,
Correct.
photographs of the 2021 Lexus LX 570,
Correct.
photographs of recovered evidence,
Correct.
crash data retrieval report from the 2021 Lexus 570,
Correct.
report of autopsy,
Correct.
autopsy photographs,
Yes.
three-dimensional laser scan data of a Lexus LX 570,
Yes.
a VINLink, VIN capital LINK report sheet for the 2021 Lexus LX 570,
Yes.
expert autostats data sheets for a 2021 Lexus LX 570,
Yes.
and publicly available literature, including but not limited to the documents cited within the report, learned treatises, textbooks, and scientific standards, correct?
Correct.
All of those items and data were reviewed by you and your team in coming to your conclusions and opinions in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And I'd like to ask you one other series of questions concerning sort of who did what. Your report indicates that there were, in no small part, 2 undertakings, if I can ask them in terms of pillars: the damage to the vehicle and the injuries to the body of John O'Keefe, correct?
I would say that's a fair characterization, yes.
Okay. And I may be butchering this a bit because I'm not being very scientific, but were you more responsible for the vehicle damage or the injury damage?
The vehicle damage.
And who on your team was more responsible for the injury damage?
That would be Dr. Andrew Rentschler.
Obviously, Dr. Wolf, in coming to your opinions and conclusions concerning the damage to the vehicle, you had to consider the damage to the human being, correct, John O'Keefe?
Correct.
And as the team leader, in terms of Dr. Rentschler coming to his conclusions and opinions concerning the damage to the human being, he also had to consider the damage to the vehicle and the interplay of the two, correct?
Correct. We work together.
I was just going to say, is that how you two and Mr. Klein worked together to come to the opinions and conclusions that are cited in your multi-page report?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Now, you went through a list of about 14 things that are contained within your report that your firm or your agency was provided with that you reviewed, correct?
That is correct.
Specifically review all 14 of those things, or was that done as sort of a team?
Yes, I looked through all of the documents.
So you personally looked at all 14 of those items that are listed within the report?
Yes, sir.
And you indicate that it was your opinions or what you did in this case, that was you were asked to answer specific questions, correct?
Yes.
It wasn't like you were just tasked with, here's some facts, go do or take a look at a crash reconstruction or read a crash reconstruction. You were asked very specific questions and you tried to answer them the best you could, correct?
I don't know that there were specific questions. I think ultimately it was an open-ended question.
But related to you testified as to 2 specific areas that your firm or your agency looked at, right?
Those are the disciplines that the report covers, yes.
Well, you testified about some other areas of expertise as far as human factors, visibility, luminescence, things like that. You didn't do any of those things here, correct?
Wasn't part of my scope in this case.
And the scope in your case, you indicate that it was based on the evidence, correct?
That is correct.
Now, to be fair, that's based on the evidence that you were provided, correct?
Correct.
So what did Mr. Klein do?
So as a part of the engagement with the entity that ultimately retained us in this, due to the confidentiality of it, only those who had access to the material to the file were allowed to review it and discuss it. And essentially, Scott Klein served as kind of another reconstruction expert to essentially bounce ideas off of and help with the review.
So for lack of a better term, sort of provided, let's say, sort of technical review of your work and Dr. Rensselaer's work, is that correct?
I would say assist us with the analysis, yes.
Now, obviously, your firm or your agency issued a report in relation to what you did, correct?
That's correct.
And you've obviously had a time to review that report as far as what's contained in there factually, as well as conclusions and opinions, things of that nature?
Yes.
So is it your testimony that anything that has to do with anything factually, conclusions, opinions, or otherwise, in relation to the motor vehicle damage, those are your opinions, those are your conclusions, correct?
I would say that's fair, yes.
And again, based on the evidence that you will provide, correct?
Correct.
And so the facts or evidence or conclusions or opinions related to injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, that was Dr. or Mr. Rensselaer's area, is that fair to say?
Dr. Rensselaer, yes.
And again, that was based on the evidence or whatever he was providing, correct?
Correct.
Which would be the same materials that you had testified that you had reviewed, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing.
Anything further, Mr. Jackson? All right, so, Doctor, I just have one question for you. What specifically were you asked to do?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't hear the court.
What specifically were you asked to do?
So the agency that retained us gave us a selected quantity of file material related to this case, and essentially left it as an open-ended question. Ultimately, was the evidence consistent with a pedestrian interaction between Mr. John O'Keefe and the Lexus?
Okay, you said selected quantity of information. Who selected that information?
As far as I'm concerned, it would be the Department of Justice and the FBI.
All right, and they just gave you what they wanted to give you as far as you know?
We had no say in what material was handed over to us.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Any questions based on my questions?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lally?
Just briefly,
and I apologize for this. I'm just unaware. Is it Mr. Wolf or Dr. Wolf?
Dr. Wolf is fine.
So, Dr. Wolf, when you say that you were asked specifically whether or not the evidence, the limited scope that you were provided was consistent with a pedestrian collision, were you asked sort of in general terms as far as any type of pedestrian collision, or were you asked specifically as far as biomechanically could say the injury to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head have been caused by contact with the vehicle? How open-ended was this question?
Again, I think it relates to, is the vehicle damage consistent with the pedestrian impact, and are the injuries consistent with the pedestrian impact?
And again, the whole panoply of injuries, is that correct?
I'm sorry, what was your question?
Let me rephrase. So did anybody specifically ask you to determine whether or not the injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head could have been caused by a motor vehicle?
I don't know that they asked us specifically. Again, they basically asked us to perform an accident reconstruction and biomechanical analysis and basically tell them our findings, and these are our findings.
And in the materials that you reviewed, did you see anything in there of any sort of statement, suggestion, intimation, anything at all that suggested that the injuries or the fracture to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head was caused by a motor vehicle?
In terms of direct contact?
Yes.
No, I don't believe so.
Nothing further.
Anything?
Nothing.
All right, Dr. Wolf, you are all set, sir.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask you to be mindful of the cords and step up. You're going to remain standing.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give the court in the case now and hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Bring the chair close and say, I'd like to go moves up and down and speak up loud. Gotcha.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Certainly, Dr. Andrew John Rentschler, Rentschler.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I am a biomechanical engineer and accident reconstructionist.
In what area of the country do you live in?
I live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
What is your title currently at your company?
I am a vice president and director of biomechanics for the Midwest Division.
And what is the name of that company?
It's called ARCA LLC.
And what is the main mission of ARCA? What does ARCA do?
So ARCA is an engineering consulting company, and we have several different types of engineers, biomechanical engineers such as myself, accident reconstructionists, mechanical engineers. We look at crash worthiness, safety of vehicles, and other types of events. So we really do all types of work. We do litigation type work, as well as research and development for government and private entities as well.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Can you give me a brief synopsis of the professional discipline of injury causation biomechanics? What is that?
So injury causation biomechanics is really applying traditional engineering principles to the human body. So as a biomechanical engineer, I look at the response of the body to accelerations and forces and determine how an injury occurs. You know, an injury to the human body is just an engineering problem. For instance, a mechanical engineer might look at a piece of steel and you know the size of the steel and the shape of it. And if you apply a force in a certain direction, that steel will bend and eventually break. Well, we do the same thing, but we look at the human body. How much force do you have to apply, and how does that force have to be applied in what direction or manner to get a specific injury, whether it's a skull fracture, an intervertebral disc injury, a concussion. So we look at the response of the human body to different forces and accelerations in different types of settings. And ultimately, our hope is to help mitigate or prevent injuries, whether it's in a motor vehicle accident, sports setting, industrial setting, auto pedestrian impact, try and make products and environments safer for individuals.
And that's different from what medical doctors do, correct?
It is, yes, sir.
Little boy walks into an ER with a broken arm. The medical doctor wants to reset the arm and fix the arm, correct?
That's right, yes.
What does the biomechanical engineer want to learn about the broken arm?
We want to learn how that break or that fracture occurs. I always say that we kind of approach injuries from two different directions. You have an injury occur. After it occurs, moving forward, that's when the medical doctors get involved. They diagnose the injury, determine the best way to treat it, what's the prognosis. As a biomechanical engineer, I kind of take the reverse direction. We look at, here's the injury, here's what's diagnosed. Well, how did that injury occur? You know, how much force do you have to apply to cause that fracture? How did the bone have to be loaded? How did it bend to actually cause a specific type of fracture? So we really kind of approach the injury from two different directions.
Understood. And given that scientific approach, oftentimes you can come to conclusions and opinions, scientific conclusions and opinions about the causation of an injury, correct?
Absolutely. Yeah, and I mean, ultimately, that's what biomechanical engineering is how does an injury occur? Why did it occur? And what type of setting did the injury actually occur? What type of loading and what type of kinematics do you need to have this injury actually occur?
Can you tell the court a brief synopsis on the discipline of human factors? What part does that play in what you do for a living?
Well, human factors is a large part of it as well. I mean, from a biomechanical standpoint, we look at the body, we have to know anatomy, we have to know the makeup of the body, and then human factors plays a part of it as well as how individuals respond or what their response is to different types of environments or reactions. It really all plays into looking at a specific event. How did someone react? How did their body move? How was the body loaded? There's all different types of factors that you have to apply. The human factors, kinematics, kinetics, biomechanical, musculoskeletal interactions. It's all these different factors that are really involved in performing an analysis to ultimately look at injury causation.
Doctor, as the Director of Biomechanics and Human Factors at ARCA, what education, training, and background qualifies you to perform those duties?
Well, I got my Bachelor's of Science in Mechanical Engineering with a minor in Biomedical Engineering from Carnegie Mellon University in 1995. I then went on to get my Master's in Bioengineering and Biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2002. And then I got my PhD or my doctorate in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2004.
Can you give us a brief work history up to and before ARCA?
Sure. So I got my PhD in 2004, and then since then I've worked in the consulting field for biomechanics. I've worked for a company out in Davis, California for a while called Biomechanical Engineering Accident Reconstruction. I then joined another engineering company in Jacksonville, Florida for about 3 years called Chesapeake Engineering and Design. And I have now been with ARCA for approximately 16 and a half years.
And in those positions and in your position currently as a director at ARCA, do you specialize in research and analysis attendant to evaluating and studying the relationships between crash injuries, crash forces, human kinematics, and human tolerances?
I do. I mean, that's really what I do on a daily basis, whether it be in litigation type cases or the research and development we do for different companies or entities, or even internal research that we perform at ARCA.
Doctor, what professional associations and accreditations do you have?
I'm a member of the American Society for Mechanical Engineers, as well as the Society for Automotive Engineering. Now, with respect to biomechanical engineering, there's no actual professional licensure for biomechanical engineering. So a PhD or a doctorate is the highest degree you can have in that field.
Are you also a reviewer for archives, physical medicine and rehabilitation and biomechanical engineering online?
I am, yes. Usually if you publish articles in a journal, usually that journal comes back to you and asks you to be a reviewer. So I certainly do that type of work as well.
I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about your ongoing education, your professional education after your PhD. Have you continued your education in areas of biomechanics and high-impact injuries from the NTSB?
I have. I've taken classes through the NTSB and SAE, the IPTM, Police Technology Management Training Center. There's several different entities I've taken biomechanical and accident reconstruction courses through.
So the alphabet soup, if you will, of biomechanical engineering and human factors.
Right, yes.
And you continue that today?
I do, yes, sir.
Any specific training in human kinematics?
Yes, I do have training in human kinematics.
Just out of curiosity, how do you define what is kinematics?
So kinematics is the motion of the human body and looking at how the body moves. And it's irrelevant or irrespective of the forces that cause that motion. So we're really looking at, for instance, how one body part moves with respect to the next. We can see how the body moves as a result of a specific type of event.
You mentioned injury mechanics previously in one of your answers. What is injury mechanics and how does that relate to biomechanics?
So again, that's a subset of biomechanics, looking at the response and the strength of the different parts of tissue of the human body. On a very basic level, to get an injury or have an injury occur, you need really two factors. You need enough force to cause injury to the tissue, and you need that force applied in the right manner. So if I wanted to fracture my elbow, I certainly couldn't take a hit on my shoulder and expect my elbow to fracture. Its force is exerted in the wrong location. And likewise, if I just lean my elbow on the counter here, that's not enough force. So you need the force and you need the application of that force in the correct manner to produce what we call an injury mechanism.
And have you ever participated in any studies or research in this area? In addition to your dissertation, getting your PhD, what about additional studies and research in this general area?
I have, yes, sir.
Can you describe that for us briefly?
Certainly. Well, just at ARCA, I've worked with the United States military. We worked on the design of the MRAC vehicles, the mine-resistant ambush-protected vehicles over in Iraq and Afghanistan.
That's a troop carrier, correct?
That's correct, yes. And the issue there is they go over the IED, the improvised explosive device, and it blows the vehicle up off the ground. So you're getting very large forces and accelerations through the vehicle, through the seat, into the soldier's spines. So we're seeing very traumatic and severe spinal and head injuries. So at ARCA, we work on what we call an energy-absorbing seat design. So when the vehicle gets blown off the ground, that seat is designed to absorb the force and the energy to protect the soldier's spine and their head.
Did you take part in the design of that seat?
I did, yes, sir.
Has that been employed by the Department of Defense?
Yes, it has been.
And are troops utilizing that new seat design, that safe seat design in that troop carrier to this day?
As far as I know, it's from what they'll tell us, yes, sir.
Understood. Are you also published in this field, Doctor?
I am, yes.
Can you give us a couple of examples of current studies that you're involved in or publications that you've done in the recent past concerning bioengineering and the impact or the association that it has with human factors?
Sure. I mean, and another project I'm working on is we work with the NHL actually at ARCA. We have an ongoing, we have an ongoing relationship with the Department of Player Safety. For instance, we helped redesign part of the rink. In every arena, they had at the end of the player area, there was basically a 90-degree stanchion where the glass met. And so players were kind of getting checked down in the boards and then hitting up against the glass. And actually, somewhat ironically, it was Chara hitting Pacioretty into the glass, the Boston-Montreal game, and caused a cervical fracture and concussion. And the NHL came to us to see if we could have a redesign of the rink to make it a little safer. So we took crash test dummies, anthropomorphic test device, which you've probably seen on TV. The automotive manufacturers use them all the time, and threw them into different configurations of glass. And now in every arena in the NHL, it is basically a curved piece of spring-loaded Lexan or plexiglass, where the players now, they hit into it, it absorbs the impact, and they glance off of the glass.
Is that a design that you helped come up with?
It is, yes.
So both from the United States military as well as professional sporting leagues, they've come to you to help save lives, lower risk.
That's right, mitigate and prevent injuries, yes, sir.
What about crash and sled testing?
Yeah, I've performed a number of crash and sled tests. When you look at any vehicle that's driven in the United States, it has to pass federal motor vehicle safety standards. There's federal regulations that they have to pass. And part of that involves running the vehicle into a wall at 35 miles an hour, hitting it from behind, rollover type impacts. And they have these crash test dummies in those vehicles. So we perform a lot of testing for different cases and situations where we put that dummy in the vehicle and we evaluate the safety system, whether it's the lap and shoulder belt or if it's the airbag or the seatbelt pretensioner, determine how to make the car safer. And part of that is looking at the force that's exerted on that dummy, because there's tolerance values. We know how much force it takes to cause specific injuries. So we want to make sure in certain instances, at certain speeds or impacts, that if someone's in an accident, the force acting on, say, their head or their neck or their chest is going to be below these established tolerance values.
Speaking of how much force it takes to cause an injury to a human body, have you engaged in any testing or published in the field of auto-pedestrian incidents?
Yes, I've been involved in a number of studies where we're looking at auto-pedestrian type impacts. Again, a lot of times we'll utilize the crash test dummy where we'll set it up and we'll actually have it struck by different vehicles or different objects to look at the response of the body. It's very important if you're talking about an auto-ped type impact. You have to know the configuration of the pedestrian, the vehicle, where they hit on the vehicle, whether it's a projection type impact or wrap, fender vault. It really all depends on how the person's positioned and the amount of force and speed involved in that type of an impact.
And staying with that for a second, that basic subject matter, have you also engaged in studies related to slips and falls where somebody might fall from a standing position and injure themselves, either to their head, shoulders, whatever, and those kinds of injury impacts.
I have, yes. And then one of the issues we look at it there is you know, a lot of people fall, especially elderly people. So we want to look at what types of forces are being produced. You look at hip fractures, if you slip and fall backwards, head fractures. So we're trying to determine how to prevent those falls from happening and also create devices or products that can help actually prevent injuries if someone does take a fall.
Doctor, have you been retained as an expert in the area of biomechanical engineering and human factors in the past?
I have, yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Can you take a look at that document and tell me if you recognize it?
This is a list of my deposition and trial testimony.
Your Honor, I provided that to the court this morning.
Yes, I appreciate it. I had a chance to look at it.
Okay. That's about I don't want to go through everything. That's about a 14-page document. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Let me just ask it this way. How many times do you think you've been qualified as an expert in the field or testified as an expert in the field of biomechanics, biomechanical engineering, and human factors?
I've testified probably over 150 times in numerous state, federal, civil, and criminal courts throughout the country.
Your Honor, move to, I'm sorry, may I approach?
Yes.
For purposes of Voir Dire, Your Honor, I would ask that this document be marked.
Sure.
Thank you. Have you ever testified in criminal court as an expert in biomechanical engineering?
I have, yes.
How recently have you testified in criminal court?
Well, actually, I've testified twice. The end of May, I think May 31st, I testified in McKean County, Pennsylvania. For the prosecution, it was a case where the defendant was accused of beating his girlfriend to death and basically said that she fell down the steps. So my testimony involved determining how her injuries occurred and that they were entirely inconsistent with what would have happened during a stair fall.
What about another case?
And then about a week after that, around June 6th or 7th, I testified in Cambria County, Pennsylvania, again for the prosecution for another homicide case where the defendant was accused of essentially beating his wife to death and then said that she actually fell backwards and struck her head, caused a skull fracture on the side of the sink. So my testimony, again, pertained to looking at the injury mechanisms and determining that his story of her falling back and striking her head on the sink, it's inconsistent with the injuries and the type of force that would have been exerted in that case.
In both of those murder cases, you were hired or retained by the prosecution in the case, not by the defense, correct?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Your opinions in furtherance of the prosecution's case in chief, not the defense case in chief, correct?
That's correct, yes.
With regard to this case, you were asked to look at several items. We've already gone over those in the other testimony, so I won't belabor that. You were asked to look at several items, correct?
I was, yes.
And ultimately, based on that series of information, that universe of information that you were provided, see if you could come to an opinion and conclusion concerning the incident before the court now, correct?
That's right. See if I could determine what happened, how the injuries occurred, and the events leading up to and during that process.
Without going into your conclusions and opinions, were you able to come to conclusions and opinions to a reasonable degree of science and certainty?
I was, yes, sir.
You were not hired by the defense, by me, or anybody on the defense side in this case, correct?
That's correct. I was not.
You were not consulted with or hired by the Commonwealth either?
That's correct. I was not.
It was a completely independent agency, is that right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Before this morning, have you and I ever met?
No, sir.
And we've never talked about, you and I have never talked about the substance of your opinion and conclusion, correct?
We have not. That's correct.
You did reduce those opinions and conclusions in conjunction with your team to a report, is that right?
I did, yes, sir.
And your understanding is that report was made available both to the defense and the Commonwealth in this case, is that right?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
I have nothing further.
Okay, Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good guess.
Just a few questions for you, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Now, with relation to your work in this instance, in this case, were there any limitations as far as confidentiality or anything that were put on you or any of your team?
What do you mean by confidentiality?
As far as who, what, where, and how you could discuss what you did?
Well, yeah, I mean, certainly we just discussed with who we were retained by in this case. I don't believe I discussed the case with anybody else except for my cohorts who were also involved in the case.
And so my question, sir, more is geared towards, at some point you were made aware that your report and your findings were made available to both the prosecution and the defense in this case, correct?
I was made aware of that, yes, sir.
And when you were made aware of that, was there any limitations on given to you as far as who you could discuss your report, your findings, or anything with?
Yeah, basically given the direction or the request that I don't actually discuss the substance of my opinions or my report with anybody aside from who we were originally retained to work for.
Now, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I am going to show you the first couple pages of your report, specifically right down the bottom. There's a list of items 1 through 14. I ask you to just review those.
Okay.
Now, is that the totality of information that you and your firm were provided with in reference to what you did in this case?
I believe it was, yes, sir.
So nothing beyond that list of 14 things did you have occasion to look at, review, or have any opportunity to see at any time?
Well, aside from we did do testing in this case, so we did do other
Aside
work.
from your independent testing, I'm asking as far as material provided by whoever employed you, that is a sum and total of what you received, correct?
I believe that would be correct, yes, sir.
And did you personally review each of those 14 items? Because, and I don't fault you or your company for this, but within the report, there's a lot of we. So what I'm asking is, did you personally review each of those 14 items that are listed in that report?
I did personally review every bit and every page of information that was provided in this case, yes, sir.
And to be clear, just to sort of close the loop on this, when it comes to those 14 items, were you allowed to ask for any additional items, or was it just you were limited to this is what you have, go form an opinion?
There may have been discussion about if there's other information available, but I believe ultimately that we rendered our opinions obviously just on this specific information that was provided to us.
Now, as far as your opinion in your report, when was that issued?
February 12th of 2024.
So that date on the top of the report of February 12th, 2024, that's when you sent the report to the people that contracted you to do the analysis in the first place?
That's correct, yes, sir.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sure.
Now, am I correct? And what I'm trying to ascertain here, Doctor, is just sort of the different roles that you and the other members of your team performed in reference to this. Am I correct in that your primary role in this pertained to the sort of biomechanical engineering analysis of injuries sustained by Mr. O'Keefe?
That would be correct, yes, sir.
And not to put too fine a point on it, but Dr. Wolf would have been more responsible for issues related to the vehicle itself.
Generally speaking, yes, that would be correct.
Obviously, there's some interaction between damage to the vehicle and injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, but as far as your primary sort of any opinions contained within this report pertaining to injuries to Mr. O'Keefe, those would be your opinions, correct?
Yes, any opinions or information with respect to the injuries would be my purview and my opinions in this matter, yes, sir.
And concomitantly, so any opinions related to damage to the motor vehicle, those would be opinions of Dr. Wolf, is that right?
Well, to some extent. I mean, certainly I would have opinions as well based on the interaction or alleged interaction between the body and, for instance, the vehicle in this case, and what damage to both the body as well as the vehicle you would expect. So I think there's basically some overlap between those issues. I wouldn't say that it's a complete separation.
And so, and again, Doctor, what your opinions or ultimate conclusions are, whether they be yours or Dr. Wolf's or a combination of the two, it's all limited based on the information and the evidence that you received, correct?
It certainly is based on the information that we reviewed and listed in our report. Yes, sir.
Now, as far as sort of a mandate or from the agency that hired you, were you asked to answer a specific question, or were you asked to just do an analysis based on what we sent you, or how was that put to you as far as what you were doing?
There was a specific request that we were asked to perform and to evaluate in this case.
And specifically what I'm asking, sir, is there's an analysis in there of whether or not the injuries to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head could have been caused from contact with the vehicle, correct?
That is part of my analysis and opinions, yes, sir.
And were you specifically asked to address or answer that question by the agency that hired you?
That was one of the questions I was specifically asked, yes, sir.
I have nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. Jackson?
Your Honor, thank you.
All right, so Doctor, I have a couple of questions for you, sir. So regarding this specific request, what were you tasked to do specifically?
So specifically overall, I was tasked from the biomechanical standpoint to determine or see if it's possible to determine how the injuries in this case occurred. And part of that was determine whether the injuries, the head injury and the arm injuries resulted from contact with the Lexus in this case.
Okay. And regarding all of your prior testimony, a good deal of it seems to be in depositions. Any of those in Massachusetts?
There's a couple, I believe. I've testified at trial in Massachusetts,
Okay.
Middlesex Superior Court.
Do you know where that might be? I do want to look at that.
I can find it for you, maybe a couple of months ago.
Was it in a criminal case or a civil case?
Oh, it was in civil case. I think, let's see here. I think, yeah. So let's see. There was one November 14th, 15th, 2023, Middlesex Superior Court. That was probably the most recent one.
Okay, what number is that on there if I want to go back and look at it?
That is number 310.
Thank you. Is there another Massachusetts case?
Oh, I'm sure there are because I know there's some from earlier in my career. Let me see. See if I can find them for you real quickly here. Read this. So there's Connecticut. Swift, Louisiana. Oh, there's 68. I'm gonna butcher it. Worcester.
Is that a civil or criminal case, Doctor?
That is a civil case as well.
Okay. What year was that?
Oh, that one was 2012.
Okay. Any others that you think of or you see?
There may have been a couple others. I don't recall off the top.
All right, I'll go through it more closely. I
Sure.
appreciate you saving me some time.
Absolutely.
All right, any questions based on my questions?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
No. All right, you are all set, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Lally, I will hear you on your motion. Now, we didn't get into the ultimate opinions and the basis for that opinion, but I'll hear you on your motion.
Your Honor, what essentially what Commonwealth was seeking and had been seeking was just in reference to that, as far as who did what and who was responsible for what and what were the items reviewed, and is that the totality of it? There's a date on the report. I don't know if that was a date as far as when it was filed, when it was opinion was rendered, when that was provided, what was provided to them in the course of their analysis. So I think very simply what the Commonwealth had been seeking for the most part was covered today.
Okay. All right. I have some questions as to the scope of the testimony of the witnesses. So, Mr. Jackson, you intend to have them testify consistently with the report, everything covered in the report?
Correct.
And the conclusions, all 4 conclusions in the report?
Correct.
All right, Mr. Lally, what's your take on this?
I do have an issue with number 4. I don't think they're qualified to testify to. I don't think either of them is qualified to testify to that. That's more of an area of forensic pathology.
What do you say to that, Mr. Jackson?
Number 4 is, their opinion is, there is currently insufficient evidence to determine the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's skull brain injuries or the circumstances surrounding the event. That is well within the scope of their expertise. Obviously, I don't think I have to beat this dead horse. They are highly, highly qualified to review all 4 opinions. And if the evidence in their opinion, their expert opinion, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, which is what's evidenced here by the report, is that there is insufficient evidence to determine the cause of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, then that is an opinion that they are well within it's well within the scope of what they can testify to. That's their opinion, that's their conclusion. Mr. Lally is going to have an expert, Trooper Paul, who's going to differ, or who has differed in that opinion. So be it.
And I would have kept it out. Remember, I would have kept out any medical part had there been an objection. And when you objected, I sustained the objection.
No, I think we're talking about 2 different things, apples and oranges. That's not, Trooper Paul's opinion is that his injury or his injuries, or I think he said variously that it was blunt force, could have come from the curb, or it was blunt force because the road was blunt. That was his opinion, and he was sticking to it. This is contrary to that. Both of these individuals have come to the conclusion and opinion that the evidence is insufficient to support that determination, and it's well within their purview to testify to that.
All right, if I may, I don't think that's their actual opinion. I initially didn't think of it in these terms as it's phrased on the cover page of the report. If you look at the actual opinion
I
and
was looking
findings,
at the last page. Are they the same on the front and the back?
I think the front is a little more definitive and concerning. The back, I think, more as to it's consistent with a whole multitude of different things. So the fact that I don't really think that's an opinion at all, to be honest with you.
All right, I'll take a look at this more closely, give you a decision Thursday. All right, I did not expect it to go this quickly. We could have had the jury here, but I'm sure you all could use the afternoon to prepare. All right, Mr. Lally, let me know Thursday if you need, are you ready to go forward at least with your case on Thursday?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Let me know Thursday if you need additional time. If I let these witnesses, if I let Dr. Russell testify, how that impacts our schedule.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
All right, but I don't want that to be a concern of yours, how it impacts the schedule. That's my concern. I just need to know. All right, so anything else?
For the Commonwealth.
I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, we'll see you Thursday morning.
Court will rise.
Hey there, Karen Reed, trial watchers. This is another law and crime legal alert. Have you experienced severe gastroparesis or other side effects after taking Ozempic or another GLP-1 weight loss medication? The Ozempic lawsuits allege that the drug can lead to severe intestinal blockage and persistent vomiting, and that manufacturers allegedly failed to provide adequate warnings about these risks. Well, True Law, one of our legal sponsors, is helping those
So it
injured
was a
file
cross
a
between
claim
a
through an
Daubert,
experienced
proving
attorney
that they were
who helps
experts,
ensure your
and
claim is thoroughly.
combined with this Rule 14 violation. So let's talk first about the dog bite witness. Oh my gosh, I think she is so unqualified. 30 years since she's practiced, she reached out to somebody and then they reached back out. She was subscribing to the Globe. I want to see when that subscription started, by the way. To me, she absolutely came forward trying to be in the limelight, trying to be part of an important case. Also, her qualifications were regarding police dogs, which she herself said bit differently depending on the hold, and then she couldn't even explain that. She called it a bark, and she couldn't even explain it.
Right.
But a bark and bite hold, but then it wasn't a hold, and something. Terrible, terrible.
Yeah,
She should
it
not
was
be allowed.
bite and hold versus bark and alert. I think she corrected it too, but she is a little bit older too. But I think it was a problem that she came forward. She seems to have inserted herself into this case 3 or 4 weeks into the trial, 3 weeks into the trial, let's say, based on media headlines. She's from LA, where Alan Jackson's office is. Alan Jackson seemed to have been a little deceptive about how they originally made contact. I did also note, too, Jen, that when she asked what evidence she had to look at, she didn't list things that wouldn't help the defense theory. So, for instance, there were a couple of things, but one of the ones I remember was the lab that tested the canine DNA. And we found out after when we, from Alan Jackson that was include that those results were given to her in the Dropbox folders. So she forgot about them, but she chose not to mention the thing that would damage her theory, as though she hadn't even seen it, but she was given it. Did you notice that?
Well, oh, I noticed it, but I don't know who to believe. I really don't. If I were the judge, I would ask for the emails to show the Dropbox folders and what she was given. And if I was Lally, I was waiting for this question. It never came. And that was, if you knew there was no DNA discovered on the shirt with that puncture wound to the shirt that you described that related to a dog, would that change your opinion? That's what I would have asked, and it was never asked. Of course, Lally can ask it in trial. I certainly hope it does. I think they're going to let her in a limited scope, which is also going to set a terrible precedent because this is a Rule 14 violation. You can't just be 6 weeks into trial and then all of a sudden have an expert. You can't do it. The prosecution did this, it would be tossed. It's not adequate, it's not right. And so, and that's what that rule says. This is a matter of law. And so if they let her in, to me, it distorts the matter of law. And if what's the remedy? It's you can't testify. Jackson made it sound like there's a degrees of remedy for this. No, there's only one. You can't testify.
Yeah, I guess one of the parts of the remedy the judge suggested how long would it take for, how long would it take for the prosecution to come up with a rebuttal witness? And can they do that? And, so I don't know. I
But
think
that
she's
would
on the
be
fence.
allowed no matter what. That would be allowed no matter what.
Right.
That she's just trying to say, you're going to get some time to find a rebuttal witness. When he said a week, I almost started laughing. How are you going to find a canine bite expert in a week that has their schedule clear unless he had one in mind concerned about this?
Right. I mean, she seems on the fence to me. Like she's already said a couple of times that it is a Rule 14 violation. She's not happy about it, but she doesn't want to be overturned on appeal. And she is someone that seems to be by nature someone that comes up with compromise solutions. So she doesn't tend to ever take something away or fully grant something. She tries to seek some kind of solution down the middle. If that makes, I don't know. I got that sense about her, anyways. What did you think about the federal experts? I see Jen still hooked up, so she may have got a call to come in or something like this. So one thing I'll say about the federal experts that to keep in mind is the let's consider the phone data. Okay, we've learned in this case that when the federal government, you would think that to get somebody's phone data, their communications, you should have to have a subpoena. And what we've learned, though, is that while legally they may require that, but they are allowed to. Oh, Jen is back. But if the feds send a request to the communications companies that doesn't have a subpoena attached to it and doesn't have to argue the merits of it, they just, because of it's the federal government, they honor it. They don't do this for any other prosecution, but they only with the feds. So that's why so again, just with this stuff here, you have a small company here that probably does a tremendous amount of business with the federal government. I think there's an inclination on their part to give the feds what they think the feds want. Is that unfair, Jen?
So this is what I think. This company seems very reliable and responsible from what I could tell from, I'm just hearing about this company, but just judging from the types of clients that they have and judging from their academic backgrounds, the PhDs, what they do. I mean, they sound amazing. When you listen to them speak as opposed to the poor officer yesterday, it's night and day
Oh yeah.
situation.
Yeah.
But this is the problem. And Judge Canoni honed in on it. Judge Canoni is smart. I mean, I wish Lally could, you know, catch on to some of the things she's trying to point out. And
Right.
that is, they were limited in scope to what they were given. I can tell you as an expert, typically what happens, you receive boxes, you get everything. And that's what you ask for. You
Yeah.
can't have your client decide what they think's important for you to see because
Right.
then you're going to have a skewed view, right?
Yeah.
How in
And
the
it's it.
world can you imagine if all you ever saw in this case was what was put out on, for instance, our platform or on the platform of a turtle? It'd
Right.
be two different things. You need the whole scope of the evidence. So that's what concerned me the most. Judge Canoni noted that, and I don't think there's any argument that the head wound didn't come from the vehicle. No one thinks it came from the vehicle. Everyone thinks, I think, that it came from when he got hit and hit the uh, pavement.
Yeah. Well, I had it in my old animation coming from the from the vehicle, but I
Oh, you
was
did?
wrong, or I was probably wrong. No, I was trying to figure this out, all summer. How could he possibly get that injury in the back of the head without having major injuries to his shoulder or his back or somewhere else? So I came up with an idea that he was bending over, picking something up, like say he dropped his phone. In fact, he had it. So he had the cocktail glass in his right hand, and Jen McCabe calls or texts him, and he reaches into his pocket, trying to get it out with his left hand. So he drops it. So he's bent over, picking it up, and that's when she comes at him, and he maybe senses it the last second and turns away a little bit, but he's not able to react very much, and it kind of sideswipes him in the head. At the same time, also hitting the arm with the glass in front of it. That was my theory. Um, People like to have a lot of amusement with that theory. But I do want to note here that so we now have a little bit more. So according to what was read out there, these guys concluded that there is currently insufficient evidence to determine the cause of John's injuries. That is not, they did not conclude John was beat up or attacked by a dog. They didn't conclude that he was not hit by a vehicle. They just concluded it was insufficient evidence for what they had. They basically didn't have a conclusion, right?
Well, I heard them say though that they were asked whether that head injury, and that's what I remember reading from the court documents, whether the head injury was from the car, and they
Yeah.
said it wasn't. But I don't think that that's in contention here. I
Right.
mean, at least according to the prosecutions, they believe he had a glancing blow to the arm, which shattered the tail light, and those shattering shards made those scratches. He was propelled, pushed, to the ground, and he whiplashed back on that concrete, freezing cold concrete, and that sliced his head open, caused a cracked skull, which caused the raccoon eyes and, the other injuries.
Does the presence of these witnesses who were not late additions like Dr. Russell, but who the information they were going to present has not been fully developed until this voir dire. Does this open the door, or was the door already open? I know you're not a lawyer, but you've been in a lot of court cases. Does this open the door for the state to bring in an accident reconstructionist during the rebuttal phase?
Absolutely. And the problem is it would take too long. For them to hire somebody, for somebody to review all this information. That was the other thing with Dr. Russell. When Dr. Russell said I had a conclusion the next day,
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
I
that was
literally almost laughed.
right,
And,
right.
and then the fact that she said she didn't
And
do
she didn't
report,
write it down. She didn't write anything down.
she
Didn't
didn't
write any
write
notes.
anything down. That is just not the way it works. And clients either ask A for a report or B not for a report. And the fact that she said they didn't state either way, that's ridiculous. I mean, that's the whole reason you're hired as an expert, right? You're not
Yeah,
hired to make your decisions on whether your client needs a report or not. Your client
right.
tells you what they want. So I found that to not be credible or true or factual. Also, how about her description about the dog bite marks,
I like
saying that the scratches were from the teeth? Oh
Yeah,
my
at
goodness.
one point she couldn't determine if they were teeth or scratches, and maybe that's normal. I don't know, but I did at one point. She looked at the three vertical lines, and then below that, I think two puncture wound kind of things, and she said those could be from the lower teeth, but they seemed very close together to me for what a German Shepherd's jaw would make. But again, what do I know about dog bites? But you know what I'm talking about? That one when she looked at that there.
Oh, I know exactly the two little teeny
Yeah,
bite marks, which if you opened your jaw, I mean, if a dog opened their jaw and bit, you would have the marks underneath. And again, I'm not a dog bite expert. None of us are dog bite experts, but I don't think she's a dog bite expert. I think she did work regarding the canine that worked for the officers, and she did that report, what, 30 years ago?
yeah.
40 years ago. And I don't know the exact number of years ago. I need to review that testimony, but basically it was specifically studying, and I haven't read, I want to see this article she wrote, police dogs. What does
Yep.
police dogs have to do with Chloe's? Chloe's dog bites were her teeth structure were never even compared to this. And there apparently was something that showed what a bite mark from Chloe looked like that was purportedly, according to Jackson, sent.
Hmm.
But we don't know that to be true. I mean, who do we believe now? The doctor that said she didn't see it, or Jackson that said he sent it and she didn't see it? It just looks so bad.
She said there's a difference. This is a quote between regular dog bites and law enforcement dog bites, but yet she didn't try to explain here whether these were from a law enforcement dog or a regular dog. She didn't explain that. At one
Well,
point,
and
God,
that's what Lally should have jumped on. In my notes here, I'm like, oh my gosh, Lally, you need to jump on the DNA issue and you need to jump on the difference between a regular pleasure dog and a police dog.
hmm obviously some of these things he might be saving for the trial if she actually appears in the trial.
Mm-hmm.
Um, there was another. I can't find it on my notes here, but there was another point where she almost seemed to make it. Maybe I'm sure it was probably just a moment of inarticulateness, but she almost seemed to imply there was more than one dog. And some of those things that she alleged to be from teeth looked very different in size. They looked like very distinctly different injuries. I don't know. Maybe that's normal. I don't know, but
Well, I think if you're an expert and you can't tell the difference from a claw versus a bite, you're not an expert.
right.
And she clearly said these are either from claws or bites. And I kind of think from the configuration. And by the way, I was reading the Globe
Yeah.
and I made a call. And then, and then
A-
it's really unbelievable.
And I'm sorry, what are the chances that this woman happens to come from Los Angeles, where Alan Jackson is a high-priced lawyer, and she reaches out through an assistant DA? These assistant DAs, earn their trial law experience at that level, but then most of the time, like Alan Jackson did, and then they move on to make the big bucks doing trials like this. It just this connection seems kind of shady to me.
It seems shady. I wish Lally would have, when she asked the question, listen, I need to know, I want you to limit the scope and you can't say nothing. If I would have been Lally, I think I would have said, Judge, I know you want me to limit this to what should be allowed, but there's nothing because of the sanction. There's no way to sanction this without
Right.
disallowing. And then secondarily, she is no expert on dog bites. If anything, she's an expert on law enforcement dog bites.
Yeah, but the judge had already in her question said, "I know you don't want this allowed at all, but if it was to be allowed," so she did give him no choice on
I
that.
know.
I thought there were a couple of missed opportunities that you mentioned with Lally, but I thought overall he was pretty good today.
Well, I'm thinking, as you well stated, maybe he doesn't want to give her a bite at the apple early in terms of what he's going to really ask her. Um, you
Probably
know,
the wrong metaphor to use, but but since Alan Jackson already used it, the whole bite thing, but um,
oh yeah, I did that because he said that.
yeah, I know.
He's so
Yeah.
dramatic. Did you see though when he got angry at Judge Canoni? I have only seen that so rare in my career. I've seen it happen, and the judge absolutely either threw them out, hit them with contempt of court. It's been very, very serious for him to lash out at her in that way. What are you saying? You
Yeah.
say, hey, you have a Rule 14 violation because you messed up. He should just own it. It is a mess up. It's a failure on his part to stay within the law. And she's already said that. And that's why he was mad. But, you know, I just
And
don't know
I
why he
thought
can't accept
Jackson
it.
did say too that at one point that he had learned about this in the first week of May.
Yes.
So I don't. That's clearly not true. She did. She reached out to him on the 17th of May. There's something fishy about this story. There's something really, really fishy about it. And even she said he said I reached out to her through an intermediary, and she pointed that out to him. And now it's clearly the other way around. And he said, "What's the difference?" Well, there is a difference because you're
The
not
good
telling the truth.
Exactly. He's not telling the truth. And the only good thing about this is Kanoni is savvy and she's smart. She gets it, I think. I think she gets the games that were played on this. We'll see what she decides. Hopefully, I don't think she should be allowed. I think the other two experts should be allowed
Yeah.
um, with
Yes.
that caveat, the number 4 caveat. And we
And,
don't know what numbers 1, 2, and 3 are. So it's hard to know. I wish they would have brought that out. It sounded like Judge Canoni was going to allow basically a deposition style questioning format, but Lally didn't jump on that either.
yeah, maybe he didn't want to give away the game either. I don't know. Maybe he wasn't prepared. I think another thing that I noticed, I think it was only with the two federal witnesses that the judge at the end of the voir dire had her own questions, and they were clearly focused on the federal investigation. I don't know if you agree with this, but she it wants to get to the bottom of what this U.S. attorney interference in her trial is. You can see it.
I agree. I, you know, she didn't ask, she asked questions of all three, but she didn't ask Russell about what other courts have you testified in? Have you ever testified here? I think I think she just smells something rotten in Denmark in
Mm-hmm.
terms of the federal government going in on her case and what were they really doing? Why are you having an accident reconstructionist on a public corruption case?
Right.
That's
And,
what
and
doesn't make any sense to me. You're supposed to be looking at the actions of the officers themselves, not about who committed the crime. So I'm stunned.
And this ARCA, one of the guys testified that these guys have contracts with the federal government with the military on these military vehicles. They've done studies on that. Now we don't know the nature of that contract, but those are huge contracts. Those are the kind of contracts that make or break a company. They're
They're
going to want to make.
huge.
They're going to want to make. If they even sense that the U.S. attorney wants a certain conclusion, so if they even knew a little bit about this case and knew that the U.S. attorney was investigating the investigators, that's a dog whistle there. They know what the U.S. attorney's looking for.
Well,
Now, I'm not saying they'd lie, but
to your point, and you actually asked me this earlier on,
yeah.
but to your point that you're making right here, Kevin, it's very simple. When I'm contacted, I was just recently contacted by a law firm, right? And what the law firm wanted to know was it was in regard to a case of self-defense. It was a murder or a homicide, I should say. And they sent me all these photos and pictures and things for me to look at because they were trying to say that their client exercised self-defense against the person who killed him, right?
Yeah.
And I looked at everything. I said, listen, I cannot say that. I will not say that. The facts don't support that. So I'm just being honest with you. If you hire me as your expert, I'm not going to support your position because the evidence doesn't.
So
And
do you think the way it works with something like that, Jen, is they go fishing, they send it out to you and a bunch of other, qualified former FBI agents or similar, and see which one bites, see which one
yep,
come back. Yeah, that's what they do, right?
see which one is hungry, see which one will, in my opinion, compromise. And I won't compromise. So I didn't get that job. I could care less about getting that job. Um, I could name three off the top of my head that were exactly like that, that I cannot compromise. I've worked too hard for my reputation. I can't compromise by taking a case I don't believe in, right? So in this case, the U.S. attorney was not going to hire any company that didn't get a preliminary analysis of what they could say. And that's in every case. So they knew going in that this company was going to back what they wanted, or they would have gone to the next one. That's 100% how it works.
Unbelievable. Well, the judge knows this too, and that's why she's going to do what she can to get to the bottom of this. She has to balance a lot of things. Obviously, she has to balance the rights of a woman who is on trial for murder. And so any evidence that could be exculpatory is she has to have access to it. She doesn't want to be overturned later on appeal. But I think just even as trying to do the right thing, you want to give a defendant like that whatever they need to defend themselves. But at the same time, not let the federal government or anybody else interfere inappropriately with a case, because that subverts justice for John. That subverts justice now for all these innocent people that are being accused.
Well, my view is, listen, if there was dog DNA on his arm, on his shirt, well, they didn't test the arm, on the swabs that they sent, which again were swabs of, they testified to that whole sleeve and arm area. It was sent in, it was negative. If that would have been positive, you would have seen me completely change my tune, I guess, unless John had a dog. But, if there was DNA, they would have tried to test it compared to Chloe. They just didn't need to take that extra step because there wasn't dog DNA. But my point is, that's a whole different ball game. If that would have came back that there was dog DNA, I would have completely, had to reconsider this piece of it. And that is, then you need to allow in a dog bite expert because that makes sense, right? That they should get to have a dog bite expert. But in this case, I don't even think we have a dog bite expert. We have somebody who called up because of an article she read. It kind of went back and forth. It hasn't practiced in 30 years. It is a long time. And furthermore, wasn't even this type of dog bite expert.
So Frank actually he remembered the same thing I did, that at the 37-minute mark, she refers to an other set of teeth. And maybe she misspoke, but
I
that's what
did
I
hear
was.
her say that. Another set.
Yeah.
But did she mean it like here's one
Yeah.
set and here's another set.
Here's another bite. It may have just that, like I said, it was possibly just poorly worded on her part, but it was a little bit odd. It was odd because they do look like different from each other. These teeth, you know. So maybe John was attacked by a pack of dogs.
Well, first they said animal. She could only say animal. And then she was, to me, led into a dog. And then she said a big dog. So
Yeah.
I think they told her, obviously, it was a German Shepherd that the other family had. I think there was a lot of conversation and information we're not hearing about.
Right. Well, I know one thing, Jen. You know, these new developments here, however the judge rules, and however the jury rules, means that sadly this is going to be one of those cases that people are not going to accept the results, and it's just going to go on and on. The debate is going to go on forever. It's like Lizzie Borden or something. It's just never going to end. If she's found guilty, people are going to point to this kind of testimony and say, "Ah, see." And if she's acquitted, there's enough other evidence here, like we've talked about with the vehicle data combined with John's phone data, that's really pretty bulletproof. I just don't think, whatever side people lean now, maybe nobody's going to change their mind at this point, you know?
Well, the accident reconstructionist for the prosecution heard the case.
Yeah.
And these two accident reconstructionists, if they're allowed in, is going
Yeah.
to help the defense case. If
Yeah.
this dog bite expert is allowed in, I think that that's going to help their case because even no matter all this ugliness in the background regarding how she even, was
Yeah.
discovered, it just, it's reasonable doubt, right? Now they've
Yeah.
propelled reasonable doubt about those marks coming from the tail light, and you don't have a very convincing prosecution witness in this regard.
And the two ARCA guys are allowed. The motion was not to not allow them. The motion was just to find out what they knew, what studies they'd done, who had done what study, that kind of thing. So they are definitely going to be testifying.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Um,
Yeah, that's right. They
yeah.
did say she wasn't on the Rule 14 motion, but again, it begs the question, why didn't Lally depose them basically on the stand? Because it doesn't sound like she was going to have an issue with that. But nevertheless, he hopefully at trial, because I think the important piece of that is, what did they really have to look at? In other
Yeah.
words, they didn't see the totality of the case. How can you make an expert opinion from what your client picks and chooses to give you?
Well, Jen, so I did decide to accept that, to go on the Surviving the Survivor, just as an opportunity to try to debunk things that are out there. So I will be on tonight at 5. So hopefully, if people here in chat, I know that's a big free Karen Reed chat zone. So if anybody here is willing to come in there and chime in a little bit of support, that'll be nice. But other than that, I guess I'm sure they'll be fair in there, and as long as they give me a chance to make my points, and that's fine with me.
Yeah, I think Joel will. Joel's a good guy, but Joel's running a business. He's
Yeah.
he's a good guy though.
Yeah.
I like Joel, and I really respect his mother. His mother survived Auschwitz at
Yeah.
the age of 3, I believe.
Mm.
When I first got a call from him, this has been, oh my gosh, over a year ago. And I've been on his show several times about different cases, including the Karen Reed case, by the way.
Honestly, the lady is just kind of a wacky lady. I don't know what to say about her. She did insert herself into the case. It's a bad look. She is Massachusetts, subscribes to the Boston Globe though, but only for the past year. So, like, I'm supposed to believe that. And the Boston Globe has been covering this case for the last, well, since it happened. So, depending on her subscription date, she has seen it on the front page multiple times, unless she just throws her newspaper straight away. I don't know what else to say. Besides that, the other two witnesses that were part of the FBI investigation that helped do accident reconstruction, I actually didn't know about this until today, and it is interesting because why did the FBI hire accident reconstructionists? Why didn't they have their own people that are smart enough to do this? Because they had to hire a firm, and then, like with any contract, what happens is they filled out kind of like a, hey, this is the scope of what we need you to do. This is a confidential thing. Here are the 10 bullet points we want you to answer. And it might be like, I don't know. Obviously, one was, what is your opinion on how the injuries on the back of John O'Keefe's head consistent with being hit by a motor vehicle? I think that's one of them. So they kind of go through this over and over, but they only gave him 14 pieces of things to look at, which we don't know exactly what they are. But in those 14 things, that was the scope of their investigation, and they kind of split it up half and half. One person, the doctor, and the bio. I don't remember what his degree is. I think he has a bioengineering degree, a bioengineering degree, and he was mostly dealing with John's injuries. And then there's the mechanical engineer reconstruction guy that's dealing mostly with the car and the damage to the car, and he did some 3D modeling of the car too. And I'm guessing they put it through some type of program that they have. But anyway, their conclusions seem to be that it's all inconclusive. That the back of John's head didn't get hit by Karen's car, which I think we already knew. So their information was limited in scope, their conclusions were limited in scope, but the defense wants to bring them in because they feel that anytime it says inconclusive on any report, that automatically bolsters their case of reasonable doubt. And to be fair, Alan Jackson, I think he's on a short leash with the judge. I rewatched yesterday's trial, and she admonished him multiple times whenever he was doing comments, and she even said, he was like, I understand, and she's like, basically, I don't think you do understand because you keep doing it. And basically the court does not appreciate this. So I think I don't think she got through to him, but I think she at least made her point clear that she's kind of tired of the games. She understands the games that are going on, and this is her court. Like, shape up or ship out, basically. And he tried to do some other stuff today where he was saying the judge was lying or something like that. I mean, these are things you cannot say to the judge. She feels lied to because of the way the actions of Alan Jackson getting the quote-unquote dog bite expert witness, which somehow that witness, if I can pull this up, that witness literally says, here, I'll go to it so we can see, because I'm also no dog bite expert, but I do know some of the things to look for when it comes to dog bites. And some of the things that are in these pictures, just, they're different shapes, different sizes, different lengths, right? Many of them do run parallel, but just like, okay, so let's just look. Imagine a world where a dog's teeth. So if just think about biting as a dog. If your two teeth are coming in here, just think of how close those teeth are. That's got to be, I don't have the measurements, but that is literally less than an inch. And two front teeth, and they look similar in size, shape, and length, even though they're parallel, right? But dogs have a ton of teeth, and and I guess she's trying to say that these could be from claws as well, but I don't remember the last time I got clawed by a dog. Sounds like a bear attack. Bears claw, dogs bite. Yeah, this one, I mean, yeah, I don't know. They look like 4 puncture wounds to me, or it looks like something hit, skipped, and then scratched. So something hit here and made punctures. His arm kind of skipped a little bit, and then the next scratches come. These are very superficial to me. This, I can't tell, but the other thing with anything that has these horizontal things, right? Like, you see how these are parallel, I mean. You see how these are parallel and then these are parallel? Well, if these are the big, I think they're called incisors, but if these are the big two teeth that in front of the dog, why are these two this far apart? These two are this far apart. These two are different, farther apart, and these two are different as well. They all have different lengths, and the only way you do that is, like, you would have to literally, the dog would have to angle his face one way and then bite and then pull down. But whenever they bite and pull down, you would hope to see the two bottom teeth gripping on. You would see probably two bottom teeth. And there's not a lot of that. Because even if you consider these two bottom teeth, you would think maybe up here, or maybe one bottom tooth, and that's the top. None of this makes sense, okay? It makes no sense to me. There would be DNA all over his shirt. There'd be dog DNA all over that shirt. I don't know if you've ever been bitten by a dog or had a dog play fight with you, but they're slobbery. Even if you're laying out there in the snow, guess what? You're going to have some dog DNA, some dog saliva on that shirt. Because it literally, the dog, if it was a dog, would have bitten through the shirt, like those penetrating things that went through the shirt. It just doesn't look like it to me. And I don't know why everyone still likes this as something that looks like dog bites. I don't get it. This lady is hilarious, by the way. Anyway, today was a quick day. I'm kind of glad it's a quick day because the second part of the testimony was just getting kind of rough. I don't know. It's so weird that the FBI hired these people, and they basically came back with, "Well, we don't know. We can't conclusively tell what any of this means. So we're just not going to say. We're not going to give a real opinion here." And the one real opinion they give is that the back of the head injury is not from the car, which I think most people already thought. So, yeah, I don't know. The state really needs to do more digging on some of this. They need better private investigators, or like state investigators. Somebody that is, I don't know, that's very thorough and that has a lot of knowledge about a bunch of different areas, not just knowledge about policing. They need knowledge about dog bites, every case that they've ever seen in their entire life. I don't know. Anyway, thanks for hanging out.